Welcome to Windows 95 Traincast, the program designed to prepare you for the move to and implementation of Microsoft's Windows 95. Windows 95 Traincast is sponsored in part by Dell Computer Corporation. Be watching today to find out how you can win a complete multimedia Dell computer system simply by viewing our programs. Now, here's our host, Elliott Masie.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get mad. Oh, hi. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there to host your show today. You might say, I had a previous engagement. But believe me, I wish I were there. However, I couldn't bear the thought of missing the Windows 95 Traincast on Networking Netware. So Microsoft has installed a satellite dish right here on the beach so that my new wife, Kathy, and I can watch the show. I will see you next time when I host Show 6 in our Windows 95 Traincast series, when we take an in-depth look at remote administration. See you then. Aloha.
What? Really? I wasn't invited. Oh, yeah. I got to check my email more often. Our host for today's Traincast program is Beata Baker. Beata is a presentation specialist for Microsoft, having conducted numerous demonstration programs since 1989. She's also an associate producer on the Microsoft Windows 95 Traincast program. Now, live from the Microsoft campus in Redmond, Washington, here's Beata Baker.
Hi, I'm Beata Baker, and I will be filling in for Elliott today. He's just a little busy relaxing on the beach. Now, as you know, Windows 95 will be on the market shortly. This is the 5th program in the Windows 95 Traincast series. All of these programs are dedicated to preparing you for the release of Windows 95 operating system. We understand the demands placed on information systems and support professionals in today's ever-changing world. We want to help our viewers become familiar with Windows 95 prior to the release of the product. Now, the focus of this programming is on technical aspects of Windows 95 implementation, including setup, administration, networking, and printing. Today's topic is Windows 95 and Netware. Joe Davies is here with us today to deliver on his promise of introducing the various ways that Windows 95 has integrated support for the Novell Netware network operating system. He will show you how the Windows 95 engineers have provided high performance, seamless integration, backward compatibility, and a smooth upgrade path within the Novell Netware environment. Joe Davies is a trainer for Microsoft's worldwide training department. Joe develops coursework and trains Microsoft support engineers. Joe specializes in Netware networking and was certified by Novell as a certified Netware engineer in August of '94. Now, before we get started, let's briefly review all of the information-rich tools available, in addition to this broadcast, that Microsoft provides to help us all become thoroughly educated about Windows 95. Details about how and where to get these products will be shown later in the show. Microsoft's TechNet is a set of 2 CDs published every month containing the most up-to-date information available on all Microsoft products and operating systems. You can bet there's plenty of information on Windows 95 as it nears release. Watch today for our TechNet tips, which are featured at the end of the first 3 segments. The Windows 95 Reviewer's Guide details information about Windows 95 features and functionality. To stay current on the status of Windows 95, subscribe to Microsoft's WinNews, a free electronic newsletter. WinNews is designed to help information systems professionals evaluate and plan for the release of Windows 95. The Gartner Group report is a financial study on the cost of migrating to Windows 95 and the eventual savings to your organization. The Windows 95 Resource Kit is an exclusive Microsoft collection providing complete technical information and tools to help IS professionals and Windows enthusiasts become experts on Windows 95. The Microsoft Project Template gives you a head start in setting up your deployment plans for Windows 95. The template consists of a starter schedule of typical deployment tasks and specially formatted views tailored for the Windows 95 deployment effort. Inside Windows 95 by Adrian King is the first book to fully document the architecture of the next generation of Windows. The Traincast series and other Microsoft TV broadcasts, as you know, offer accessible, up-to-the-minute information on many Microsoft products. Now, today's show is scheduled to run 4 hours and is divided into 4 main topics within Windows 95 and Netware. Joe will discuss architecture and new features, user configuration and security, accessing and sharing resources, and rolling out Windows 95 within a Netware network. Now, we have our engineers standing by to answer any of your questions about Windows 95 and Netware. We promise to try to answer as many of your questions as possible during our question and answer sessions after each of the 4 segments, so please feel free to call anytime during the show. Call 206-635-7066. Now, before I introduce Joe, I want to remind you about 2 things. First of all, those of you who received the Fax Back program report, we value your input. Please complete the survey and fax it back to us today. Second, our computer giveaway contest is still on and will run through the end of our Traincast series. This is your chance to win a complete multimedia computer system provided by the Dell Corporation. It's so easy to win. Here's what you do. I'm going to ask a simple question pertaining to the content of today's show. And you call 1-800-254-4069 and answer the question. Now be sure and leave your name, address, and phone number. 100 names will be drawn from the correct answers to today's question, and those winners will receive a free copy of Microsoft Encarta. Now, everyone that calls in will have their name entered into a grand prize drawing for a chance to win the Dell Multimedia Computer System. The winner of the system will be announced at the end of our last show, so mark it on your calendar. You must be watching in order to win. All right, today's question is, name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. Call 1-800-254-4069 and answer the question. All right, now let's get started. I'm anxious to hear about the new 32-bit protected mode Netware client shipping with Windows 95. Joe?
Thank you, Beata. Hello and welcome to the Networking with Netware Windows 95 Traincast session. In this session, we will be discussing the various ways that Windows 95 supports the Novell Netware network operating system. In fact, the support for Novell Netware in Windows 95 is so extensive that we have devoted an entire Windows 95 Traincast session to it. We will talk about the features and functionalities in 4 segments. In segment 1, Architecture and New Features, we will talk about the new 32-bit protected mode Netware client written by Microsoft and shipped with Windows 95. This new client offers the best performance and tightest integration into the Windows 95 operating system. We'll also talk about how Windows 95 also supports Novell's Real Mode, NetX, and VLM clients. Then we will take a look at the Windows 95 user interface and demonstrate how to do some typical NetWare functions such as attaching to servers, mapping network drives, capturing printers, and sending messages. In segment 2, User Configuration and Security, we will talk about the various user configuration issues and ways to secure and customize the workstation through the initial logon, user profiles, and system policies. We'll also talk about the new peer server for NetWare, or the file and printer sharing for NetWare Networks service. This new peer server allows a Windows 95 computer the ability to process file and printer requests from any NetWare client. We will discuss and demonstrate how to configure and secure the Windows 95 NetWare peer server. In segment 3, Accessing and Sharing Resources, we will discuss in greater detail the processes of connecting to servers, mapping drives, and capturing printers. We'll also discuss how the Windows 95 peer server can be used to share drive and printer resources with NetWare clients. Lastly, and most importantly, in segment 4, Rolling Out Windows 95, we will talk about what you need to do to plan and deploy Windows 95 in your organization. We will discuss what changes you need to make to your server, what changes you need to make to your workstations, the various ways to set up Windows 95, and workstation configuration options. We'll also discuss how to perform a push or automated installation of Windows 95 on your organization's workstations using a system login script. I'd like to take a moment to introduce the other players in our little drama. We have a series of Dell computers here. In front of me is a Dell Latitude XP 486-based computer, which is running the Microsoft client for NetWare Networks. I have a NetX configured client, a VLM configured client that are both Dell Optiplex XL590 computers, Pentium-based computers. And in the corner, I have a NetWare 3.12 and NetWare 4.1 servers, both running the Dell Optiplex 590 computers. All right, let's get started. In this first section, Architecture and New Features, we will explore the new features and architecture of NetWare connectivity in Windows 95 using the various clients. We have the Microsoft client for NetWare Networks, Novell's VLM client, and Novell's NetX client, and show you some basic usability. Concurrent access to Novell NetWare resources has always been a feature of Microsoft Network products since LAN Manager 2.1. The first implementation was a LAN Manager 2.1 dual network configuration that allowed both LAN Manager and Novell redirectors to load and access LAN Manager and Novell network resources at the same time. Windows for Workgroups version 3.1 allowed dual connectivity using the Novell NetWare redirector and MS-IPX, an NDIS2 compatible version of the IPX-SPX protocol. Windows for Workgroups version 3.11 allowed a dual stack configuration using either Novell's monolithic or ODI-based IPX and either the NetWare Shell version 3.x, NetX, or the newer NetWare DOS Requester, VLM. In all of these cases, the connectivity to NetWare resources was implemented by real mode components provided by Novell. Real mode components take up precious conventional memory and are slower and less reliable when used in protected mode multitasking environments. Using real mode components in a protected mode environment requires buffering of data and excessive processor mode switches. In the case of Windows 95, Microsoft has written their own NetWare client called the Microsoft Client for NetWare Networks, which is made up entirely of protected mode components that are fully integrated in the Windows 95 operating system. Let's examine the architecture of the Microsoft Client for NetWare Networks, starting from the net card and working all the way up to network applications. Windows 95 supports the use of NDIS 3.1 network interface card drivers. NDIS stands for the Network Device Interface Specification and is an industry standard interface between protocol drivers and network interface card drivers. The example shown here is ELNK3.VXD, the NDIS 3.1 driver for the 3COM Etherlink 3 net card. NDIS 3.1 net card drivers are 32-bit and interact with the net card in protected mode, allowing for optimized throughput in the Windows 95 operating system. NDIS 3.1 netcard drivers are also plug-and-play aware and can dynamically load and unload based on plug-and-play events. Windows 95 includes its own 32-bit protected mode version of Novell's IPX-SPX protocol, a component called NWLink.VXD. This is the same IPX-SPX protocol stack that Microsoft has previously shipped with Windows for Workgroups 3.11. And even though it is 32-bit, it still provides real-mode software interfaces for real-mode SPX applications such as RConsole. Let's take a look at the properties of this protocol. To get to the properties of the IPX-SPX protocol, we need to bring up the network icon of Control Panel. There are several ways to do this. I can go to the Start button, click on Settings, and then Control Panel, And once Control Panel is up, I can double-click on the network icon, and then I'm ready to go to work. I'd like to show you a shortcut that I'll be using throughout this Traincast session. Okay, the shortcut is we go to the network neighborhood and we bring up the context menu of the network neighborhood by clicking on the secondary mouse button. I happen to be a right-handed person, so that would be the right-handed mouse button. We bring up the context menu and then click on Properties. As you can see, it brings up the exact same dialog as if we went through Control Panel Network. To get to the properties of the IPX-SPX compatible protocol, I can select the item and then click on Properties. I'd like to show you an additional shortcut. Once I have the IPX-SPX compatible protocol selected, I can just double-click on it and that will immediately bring up the properties. Let's take a look at some of these settings here. The first tab is the NetBIOS tab. If NetBIOS over IPX support is needed, for example for Lotus Notes, I can enable NetBIOS over IPX. This will add a component called nwnblink.vxd, a protected mode NetBIOS over IPX driver. This gives me the equivalent functionality of Novell's real mode NetBIOS.exe driver in protected mode. Now let's take a look at the Advanced Properties tab. As a network administrator, wouldn't it be nice to get rid of the frame type issue that exists on Novell Netware networks? Well, I'm here to solve your problems. I feel your pain. One great feature of the Windows 95 IPX-SPX protocol is that it auto-detects the frame type that is being used. Frame types are different header combinations corresponding to the data link layer of the OSI model. The interoperability issue of frame types is that both the workstation and the server must be using the same frame type in order to communicate. Anyone that has configured an ODI workstation has seen this issue. This is especially true on Ethernet networks where 4 different frame types exist. Historically, Novell on Ethernet networks used a frame type called Ethernet 802.3. Since shipping Netware 4.0, Novell switched to using the frame type called Ethernet 802.2. There are many advantages to using this 802.2 frame type, but there has been some confusion in the industry as users migrated from 802.3 to 802.2. With Windows 95, however, a network administrator user does not have to set the frame type. The default selection of Auto causes Windows 95 to automatically detect the predominant frame type being used on the network. When the Windows 95 IPX-SPX protocol starts up, it performs a general RIP request on the network. RIP, or Routing Information Protocol, is the protocol used by Netware workstations, servers, and routers to facilitate routing information. When the general RIP request is sent out, any IPX routers or servers on the Windows 95 workstation's network respond, returning routing information. The IPX-SPX protocol analyzes the frame types of the responses and selects the frame type corresponding to the most amount of RIP responses received. In a single frame type environment, you should never have to set the frame type on a workstation again. Great stuff. If you want to override the default selection of Auto, you can manually select the frame type. The network address selection allows a user to enter a specific IPX network address number. The default value is 0, which means that the IPX network address will be determined automatically on startup from RIP and SAP broadcast information during the workstation connection process. Source routing specifies whether source routing is enabled and the size of the cache that is to be used to store source routing paths to destination workstations in a token ring source routing environment. The values are off, a 16-entry cache, a 32-entry cache, and a 64-entry cache. If source routing is used, it is strongly recommended to use the 16-entry cache to keep the memory overhead used for source routing information to a minimum. The Microsoft IPX-SPX compatible protocol also supports Novell's diagnostic responder protocol for connectivity testing and configuration information gathering by Netware diagnostic programs such as NWCare and others. Well, what about SPX2? The Windows 95 IPX-SPX compatible protocol for Windows by itself does not provide support for Novell's SPX2. SPX2 is a protocol definition for doing windowing and large packets over SPX. SPX2 is supported under Windows 95, but only with the TLI.dll component available from Novell. TLI.dll provides transport-level interface services for Windows-based Netware applications. An application must call and use TLI.dll to get SPX2 support under Windows 95. Windows 95 includes its own 32-bit protected mode version of Novell's NetX redirector, a component called nwreader.vxd. This new Microsoft-written redirector provides connectivity to Netware resources that use the Netware Core Protocol, or NCP, file sharing protocol. NCP is the protocol that is used between Netware workstations and Netware servers to manage connections, perform file input and output, and binary operations. This new 32-bit redirector runs entirely in protected mode and is fully integrated into the Windows 95 operating system. Please note that NWReader at this time only supports NetX functionality to binary-based Netware resources. NWReader currently does not support Netware 4's NDS, or Netware Directory Services. Microsoft is working on NDS support for NWReader and will make available an enhanced version of NWReader which will support binary and NDS-based Netware resources, available soon after Windows 95 ships. Also note that Novell is preparing their own version of a protected mode 32-bit redirector for Windows 95. Using NWReader has a number of valuable benefits. The Windows client for Netware networks is much faster than Windows 3.1 using the VLM client on large block transfers and common network read and write operations. Since the client for Netware networks is implemented as 32-bit components, it executes entirely in protected mode and is designed for operation in a multitasking environment. NWReader is written as a Windows 95 file system driver. Other file system drivers for Windows 95 include drivers for local hard disk access and drivers for CD-ROMs. All file system drivers share the same dynamically allocated pool of cache memory managed by a component called vcache.vxd. With NWReader written as a file system driver, read-only data read across the network is also copied to the vcache cache. When the same data is read by the workstation again, the cache contents are checked, and if the data is located, it is copied from the RAM-based cache. This keeps the workstation from having to copy the file over the network for successive reads and increases performance dramatically for certain types of network file operations. NWReader supports the use of long file names on Windows 95 computers configured with the File and Printer Sharing for Netware Networks service, also called the Windows 95 NCP server, or Netware server volumes configured with the OS/2 namespace. Long file name files are files that have file names that can go beyond the current 8.3 naming convention of MS-DOS. To illustrate this feature, I have configured the sys volume on the Netware 3.1.2 server with the OS/2 namespace. I've logged into that Netware 3.1.2 server, and as part of my system login script, it maps the U drive to my home directory. Let me bring up the U drive using the My Computer icon. Okay, I bring up My Computer, and you can see the network drive icon for drive U. I open the drive U icon, and what I have is a document in my home directory which currently conforms to the MS-DOS file name conventions. But since I've enabled the OS/2 namespace on the sys volume, I can rename it to go beyond the 8.3. Okay, I'm going to rename this file Request for Raise. As you can see, the file name is preserved. Hopefully my request for a raise will meet with equal success. As you can see, long file names are very handy for putting a more descriptive title on files. When confined to an 8.3 name, file names can get pretty cryptic. Another great feature of NWReader is the ability to auto-reconnect. With the NetX client and Windows 3.1, if a connection to a server is lost, the client computer will typically hang and the user is forced to reboot, losing time and possibly data. Novell has addressed this issue with the auto.vlm component of the VLM-DOS requester client. The auto-reconnect feature allows NWReader to sense and auto-reconnect a lost connection. If a Windows 95 computer with the client for Netware networks is connected to a Netware server and that server goes down, the Windows 95 computer tries to reconnect to that server in the background. When the server becomes available, the Windows 95 computer's connection is reestablished, including drive mappings and print queue connections. NWReader supports Novell's NCP packet burst mode for faster transfer of NCP-based information. NCP packet burst mode is a sliding window, self-tuning implementation of the NCP file sharing protocol. The client for Netware networks also supports LIP, Large Internet Protocol, which is used by Netware workstations and servers to negotiate a maximum packet size before sending data. As you can see, there are a lot of great reasons for moving your clients to the client for Netware networks. Windows 95 includes its own 32-bit protected mode network and print providers to provide Netware-specific functionality such as logon dialogues and network printing functions. These components are NWNP32.dll and NWPP32.dll. Windows 95 network and print providers are the intermediate components between the standard commands at the Windows 95 user interface, the Explorer and other Windows 95 applications, and Netware-specific commands for NW Reader. To review, here's the architecture of the Windows 95 client for Netware networks, consisting of netcard driver, IPX protocol, NCP-based redirector, and network providers and applications. There are some additional components to the client for Netware networks that we need to discuss. The client for Netware networks also provides a 32-bit protected mode login script processor. Since the client for Netware networks runs entirely in protected mode, we need to have a way of logging in and processing login scripts in protected mode. The client for Netware networks provides its own 32-bit version of the Novell login.exe login script processor. This extra component is called nwlsproc.exe, and it processes Netware 2.x and 3.x system and user login scripts during the login process. We will talk more about the logon and connection processes in segment 2 of this session. A natural question to ask is that since we are not using the NetX or VLM CFG file settings, how does a Windows 95 specify a preferred server and log on to a Netware server? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's take a look at the properties for the client for Netware networks. Okay, I'm going to use that shortcut again by getting the context menu on the network neighborhood by using the secondary mouse button and then bringing up properties. I'll use the other shortcut to get properties on the client for Netware networks by just double-clicking on the item. As you can see in this dialog, we have a place to type in the preferred server and whether or not we want to enable logon script processing. Windows 95 also ships with a 32-bit Netware peer server service called the File and Printer Sharing for Netware networks. This service allows you to turn a Windows 95 computer that is also configured to use the client for Netware networks into a computer capable of processing file and print requests from any Netware client, including the Novell, NetX, and VLM clients. We will talk more about the Windows 95 Netware peer server in segments 2 and 3 of this Traincast session. For backward compatibility with some network applications who check for the existence of the file netware.drv before running, Microsoft provides its own version of netware.drv. This netware.drv is only a small stub and does not provide the same functionality as the Novell-supplied netware.drv for the NetX and VLM clients. Since it is only a stub, applications such as nwuser.exe will fail when they try to call functions within this Microsoft-supplied version of netware.drv. The client for Netware networks architectural components provide a variety of software interfaces for applications to take advantage of. The Win32 network API is exposed by a component called mpr.dll, and in the case of the client for Netware networks, the Win32 network API calls are resolved by the network and print providers, NWNP32 and NWPP32.dll. The Win32 network APIs allow Win32 applications such as the Windows 95 Explorer to perform network-independent functions such as browsing and mapping network drive connections. NW Reader makes available the 16-bit NetX Interrupt21 API for Netware applications and utilities. On a real-mode Netware workstation, the NetX API is exposed by netx.exe or by the netx.vlm component when using the VLM DOS requester. The NetX API is available through a series of Interrupt21 subfunctions and is used by applications and utilities for connection, workstation, printing, bindery, and other Netware-specific services. When NetBIOS over IPX is enabled, nwNBlink.vxd, along with another component called vNetBIOS.vxd, expose the standard NetBIOS interface at Interrupt5C. Applications using Interrupt5C can submit NetBIOS commands to this interface for NetBIOS session, datagram, and name management services. The IPX-SPX compatible protocol for Windows, NWLink, exposes the Novell ECB interface. ECBs, or Event Control Blocks, are the programming construct for submitting packets to be sent using IPX or SPX. A 16-bit IPX-SPX application accesses the ECB interface through software interrupt 7A or 64. An example of an IPX-SPX application is Novell Netware's rconsole utility. rconsole allows a user to run commands on a Netware server remotely using the SPX protocol. rconsole creates SPX ECBs and submits them to the Interrupt 7A interface. Another popular workgroup-based SPX application used in the corporate network environment is Network Doom. Doom can be run in a MS-DOS prompt of Windows 95 and uses the SPX interface as exposed by an NWLink. One of the principal benefits of using all Microsoft protected mode components is that there is no footprint for these components in conventional memory. As an example, let's compare the real mode memory environment between a computer using the client for Netware networks and a computer using Novell's NetX client. I will need to run an MS-DOS prompt. Since I have a shortcut to the MS-DOS prompt already on the desktop, all I need to do is double-click it. Out of the DOS prompt, I'm going to run the MS-DOS mem command. In fact, I want even more detail, so I will use the /c switch to have it list all installed drivers. When I run mem/c, you will see that there are no drivers corresponding to net cards, redirectors, or protocol drivers loaded in conventional memory. And note how much conventional memory is free, 619K. Now let's contrast that with another computer that's been configured with the NetX redirector and ODI drivers. We can see very clearly the ODI components, LSL, the MLID, the IPX, and NetX redirector. Note how much conventional memory is free, 529K. This is a somewhat skewed example since we have not attempted to load any components into the upper memory area. The point being that with the Microsoft client for Netware networks, there are no components that have a footprint in conventional memory. The client for Netware networks also supports the use of existing netcard drivers used in Novell's Open Data Link Interface, or ODI. An ODI netcard driver is called an MLID, or Multiple Link Interface Driver. If a 32-bit Windows 95 driver is not available, then the existing ODI MLID installed on the workstation can be used. If we take a look at the architecture of the Windows 95 client using an ODI MLID, we see that there are two extra components that allow this functionality. We have an ODI support driver called msodiSup.vxd, loaded in protected mode, and an ODI helper driver called ODI help, loaded in real mode. Data is sent and received between the real and protected mode environments through two memory buffers, one in protected mode and one in real mode. When data is sent, the protected mode ODI support driver copies the data to the protected mode buffer. It then copies the data from the protected mode buffer to the real mode buffer and switches the mode of the processor. Then the ODI helper driver grabs the data from the real mode buffer and sends it through the ODI interface, and it is put on the media by the net card. Then we switch back to protected mode, and we're now ready for the next packet of data. Here we see the lines in the AutoExec showing Windows 95 using an ODI MLID configuration. Note that we load the link support layer, lsl.com, the ODI MLID, in this case it is 3c509.com, the MLID for the 3com Etherlink 3 card, and ODI help.exe, the Windows 95 ODI helper driver. Note that we do not need to load the IPXODI.com driver since that functionality is being provided by the Windows 95 32-bit IPX-SPX compatible protocol. Although this ODI technology works well and has been in the marketplace since Microsoft shipped Windows for Workgroups 3.11, there are a couple of disadvantages to using an ODI MLID. If we use an ODI MLID, there is a network performance hit each time that data is sent or received. The data needs to be copied between buffers and the processor mode must be switched. With an ODI MLID, the net.cfg file, which stores settings for ODI components like the MLID, must be separately maintained using a text editor. A network administrator cannot maintain the net.cfg file through the Windows 95 network control panel. Also, ODI MLIDs, unlike NDIS 3.1 netcard drivers, are not plug-and-play aware and will not dynamically load and unload according to plug-and-play events. Enough about the Microsoft client for Netware networks. Now let's talk about how Windows 95 supports the existing Novell clients. For backward compatibility, Windows 95 also supports the use of the Novell NetX or VLM client. Although there are a lot of benefits for using the Microsoft client for Netware networks, there are some cases, as we will discuss, where we absolutely need to use one of these Novell clients. Please note that Windows 95 can only use one Netware client at a time. Windows 95 must be configured to use either the Microsoft client for Netware networks, or the NetX client, or the VLM client. You cannot simultaneously attempt to use more than one Netware client at a time. There is a defined procedure for switching clients, as we will discuss in segment 4. Let's take a look at the architecture of using either the NetX or VLM client. In the lower layers of the architecture, we have the real mode NetX or VLM client with the ODI-based IPX protocol stack. Just as it is currently with Windows 3.1, we have the Novell-written Windows components vNetware and vIPX.386, providing virtual machine support for the real mode NetX and IPX services, and the Windows driver Netware.drv. This Netware.drv is the Netware.drv written by Novell and not the stub driver written by Microsoft for the Microsoft client for Netware networks. There are two different versions of this Novell written Windows driver, corresponding to whether you're using a NetX or VLM client. Just above the Novell components, we have an extra component, NW16.dll, to map between a 32-bit call and a 16-bit call suitable for the Novell real mode components. This translation layer is necessary since the Netware network and print providers are designed to talk to the 32-bit component NW reader. The network and print provider layers are exactly the same. As we will see, to a Windows 95 application, the user interface and procedures for doing standard networking functions like mapping drives is the same regardless of which client we have installed. When using Novell's NetX or VLM client, the boot process differs with respect to the initial login to the Netware server. With the Novell clients, you must log in and process your login script before launching Windows 95. This ensures that you have made all your appropriate drive mappings, including search drives and other changes to the MS-DOS environment, are made before Windows 95 is loaded. Let's take a look at an example of this process. Here's my Windows 95 computer configured with the Novell's NetX client. We reboot, and as it boots, we can see the initial Windows 95 screen, but then the screen clears and we are allowed to log in. We log in. Our login script loads, and then Windows 95 loads. Note that if we do not log in before running Windows 95 and log in using an MS-DOS window, then any changes to the MS-DOS environment, such as search drives and the MS-DOS path, environment variables, or TSRs, will be local to that MS-DOS window and are effectively lost when the MS-DOS window is closed. Well, why would somebody want to use a 16-bit Novell client when there are so many benefits to using the 32-bit Microsoft client for Netware networks? Well, here are some situations where the NetX or VLM client must be used. If you're using Netware 4.0's NDS or Netware Directory Services in a true directory tree implementation and are relying on directory tree syntax, context, and directory objects, you must continue using the VLM DOS requester client. The client for Netware networks at this time and by Windows 95 release is going to be a NetX compatible binary-based Netware client and has no awareness of directory trees and objects. Microsoft is working on an NDS-compatible client, which should be available soon after Windows 95 ships. If you have a single organizational unit's directory tree structure and all your Netware 4 servers are using binary emulation, you can use the client for Netware networks. The only exception is NDS-based login scripts. In segment 4, we'll explain a workaround that allows you to use the client for Netware networks in this environment and still be able to process system and user-based login scripts. If you are using custom VLM, such as pnw.vlm for personal Netware support, and that functionality is not provided by Windows 95, you must continue using vlm.exe. The client for Netware networks does not support Netware's NCP packet signature. NCP packet signature is an enhanced security feature supported by the NetX and VLM DOS requester client that adds protection against packet forgery by requiring the server and workstation to sign each NCP packet. The client for Netware networks does not provide NCP packet signature, and users wishing to take advantage of this additional network security must use the real mode NetX or VLM client. Netware IP allows Netware users to send NCP data over IP, the Internet Protocol portion of the TCP/IP protocol suite, rather than IPX. The Microsoft client for Netware networks at this time does not support the use of the TCP/IP protocol to send NCP requests. Microsoft has made great efforts to support all the documented API calls for the NetX and ECB software interfaces. If a network application does not work under Windows 95 due to an unknown or undocumented feature, you must continue using the NetX or VLM client. To troubleshoot whether it is an incompatibility with the client for Netware networks, merely switch clients to one of the Netware clients and test again. There are a variety of TSRs and utilities that rely on real-mode Novell components to be loaded. For these utilities that need to be loaded after or in conjunction with the NetX or VLM client, the NetX or VLM client must be maintained until protected mode versions of these utilities are available. Here's some limitations of using the Novell clients. Since the NetX and VLM clients are 16-bit real-mode clients, they require buffering and mode switching, which hamper performance. Also, there are always stability issues when using real-mode components in a protected mode operating system. For example, the problem with NetX clients hanging in Windows after losing a server connection may still be an issue. Since neither NetX or VLM redirectors are integrated into the Windows 95 operating system as file system drivers, neither can take advantage of the dynamic cache and 32-bit cache manager present in Windows 95. Certain types of network file operations will be slower. If the NetX or VLM client is being used, you cannot install the file and printer sharing for Netware Networks service or the Windows 95 NCP server. The Windows 95 NCP server relies on the client for Netware Networks for its network operations. One of the benefits to using the VLM client is that we can take advantage of Novell Netware's user tools utility nwuser.exe. Here is our Windows 95 computer configured to use Novell's VLM client. We have customized this particular machine for use by a Netware network administrator and have added the nwuser utility to the Start button. From the Start button, we can run the nwuser utility. From nwuser, we can perform any function that was possible with Windows 3.1 with the nwuser utility, such as viewing directory trees, mapping drives, capturing printers, and sending messages. Using nwuser is one way of providing your users with a way of performing Netware network functions in a manner in which they are accustomed while they are learning the new Windows 95 user interface. With the VLM client, we can also run nwadmin.exe, the Windows-based Netware administrator for Netware 4. From the Start button, we run nwadmin. This allows you the ability to administer your Netware directory tree from a Windows 95 computer. Windows 95 also supports computers using the monolithic IPX component ipx.com. Hopefully, most of your workstations have been upgraded to ODI-based drivers. Novell has stopped updating the monolithic version of IPX and no longer supports monolithic driver development. But if you have not been able to move your workstations to ODI, Windows 95 will install and support this older configuration. There are some inherent limitations of using monolithic IPX configuration. Windows 95's network architecture allows for multiple protocols and multiple clients. In a monolithic IPX workstation, however, the netcard driver cannot be isolated from the IPX protocol driver. They are combined together in the same executable file. Therefore, additional protocols and additional network clients are not possible. If you must have a workstation using the monolithic IPX.com, it can be configured with a single client, the Novell NetX client. Now let's take a look at some basic Netware functions and how they are to be performed with the Windows 95 user interface. One item to note here is that since we're performing these basic functions through the Windows 95 user interface and therefore through the network and print provider layer, the procedures are the same regardless of which Netware client is installed. The Microsoft client for Netware Networks, Novell's NetX client, or Novell's VLM client. In our first function, we want to attach to a Netware server. Currently, this is done with the Netware attach utility or through the netware.drv dialog boxes in Windows 3.1. In Windows 95, I can still use the Netware attach utility from an MS-DOS prompt, or I can use the Windows 95 network neighborhood. To attach to a Netware server, I can go to the network neighborhood. And open up the network neighborhood, it shows me all the Netware servers to which I'm currently attached. If I open up the entire network, it will show all the Netware servers that are currently on the network. This is equivalent to the display of the Novell slist command. To connect to a server from the entire network window, merely double-click on the server icon. You are prompted with a username and password, or you can log in as the guest account. When we click OK, Windows 95 displays a window showing the server's volumes and print queues. This is the equivalent functionality of the Novell attach command. We have been authenticated by the server and can view its resources, but no login script is processed. For the next function, we want to map a network drive. To map a network drive, I can use the Novell map utility or the Windows 95 user interface. Once I've attached the Netware server and its window is up, I can very easily navigate the server volume by double-clicking on the folder icons as we would as if we're navigating our own disk directories. Once we have arrived at our desired location, I can map a directory by selecting the directory and then using the secondary mouse button to bring up its context menu. From its context menu, select Map Network Drive. With this dialog, I can select which drive letter. Notice that it has also filled out the path for us. The Netware server is NW410, the volume is the volume sys, and the directory is etc. I have options here to reconnect at logon, which means turns it into a persistent connection, and I have an option to do a map versus a map route. When I click OK, it brings up an additional window showing the contents of the network drive. This is the equivalent of the Novell map command, equating an MS-DOS drive letter to a Netware server volume directory. For our next function, we want to capture a network printer by redirecting a local LPT port to a print queue on a Netware server. To capture a Netware print queue, I can use the Novell capture utility or the Windows 95 user interface. From the Open Netware server window, to capture a Netware print queue, bring up the context menu again by clicking on the secondary mouse button. And from the Capture Printer Port option, I can select which local port I want to redirect and whether or not I want it to be a persistent connection. This is the equivalent functionality of the Novell capture command, where a local LPT port has been redirected to a Novell Netware print queue. To send a message, I can use the Novell send utility, or I can use the Windows 95 Win Popup utility. When using the client for Netware networks, the Novell supplied nwpopup.exe cannot be used. I will run Win Popup from the Start button's Run option. From Win Popup, I can receive messages, and then I can also send messages to individual users or groups. In this segment, we have examined the components and benefits of the new Microsoft client for Netware networks, with all its 32-bit components. We also discussed how Windows 95 supports the existing Novell real mode clients NetX and VLM, and why you may still need to use them in certain circumstances. We also showed you how to perform some basic Netware network functions using the Windows 95 user interface. In the next segment, we will discuss in greater detail the configuration of the workstation, including user logon, user profiles, system policies, and the configuration and security model of the Windows 95 NCP server.
Thank you, Joe. Well, now it's time for the TechNet tip. Mary Haggard, Acquisitions Editor for TechNet, is here to tell us how we can use TechNet to obtain information about Windows 95 and Netware.
Thanks, Beata. Hi, thanks for tuning in. You're watching today because you're interested in Windows 95. I'm here to tell you more about supporting Windows 95 using Microsoft TechNet. 2 TechNet CDs are delivered to your desk every month, containing the most up-to-date support, strategy, training materials, and utilities available from Microsoft. Today, I will be using TechNet during the program to show you some TechNet tips which will help you in implementing what you see in today's Traincast. Let's take a look at TechNet. We can easily move through the table of contents to see all of the information contained on the TechNet CD. TechNet contains strategy and support information on the Microsoft back office products, the Office and desktop products, and the database and development tools. TechNet also includes the entire product support knowledge base database and all Microsoft resource kits and their utilities. I'm assuming you're particularly interested in knowing more about deploying Windows 95 in your corporation. This information will be contained in the Windows 95 Resource Kit. Product resource kits include detailed product architecture as well as implementation and support information to help deploy Microsoft applications in the enterprise. Let's look at Part 3 of the Resource Kit, the networking section. As you see, when I double-click on Chapter 8 on the left pane, it immediately becomes active on the right. Chapters 8, 9, and 10 discuss deploying Windows 95 on various types of networks. Now it's time for your first Windows 95 quick tip. Since the Traincast is about networking today, let's dedicate this first tip to networking in Windows 95. By using the right mouse button to click on the network neighborhood, you can quickly map a network drive. That's all for now. I'll be back soon to tell you more about Microsoft TechNet.
Thank you, Mary. TechNet seems like a great way to conserve on everyone's most valued and scarce resource, time. And now it's my pleasure that Joe has joined us here at the table, and I'd like to introduce Bob Taniguchi, who's a product manager with Windows 95. He's graciously volunteered to help us out on our Q&A today. Bob may be familiar to some of you because he was on our first Traincast show, and he's familiar to me because we shared a particularly grueling 11-hour saga trying to get back from a Comdex six years ago. Our engineers have been very busy, and we've got some terrific questions for both of you. Joe, maybe we'll start off with you if you don't mind. You ready? You're rested? All right. Anna from Sterling Heights was calling to ask, is there a way to disable NCP packet burst protocol for the client for Netware networks?
Yes, there is. If you need to disable the NCP packet burst, what you can do is in the System INI in the 3D6 Enhanced section, you can create a setting called support burst equals 0. And that will disable NCP packet burst for the client for Netware networks.
Really pretty straightforward. Great. Now, Bob, if you're ready, VJ from San Francisco was wondering, in a mixed Netware and Windows NT environment, can Windows 95 be configured to access both types of servers?
Well, Windows 95 is designed to handle multiple clients simultaneously, and we ship with both connectivity to both Netware and Windows NT in the box.
Okay, now Joe, we'll go back to you. Matt from San Mateo has called and is wondering, is there a way to disable client-side read caching for his multi-user programs?
Yes, there is. And once again, just like the NCP packet burst, there's a setting in the System INI in the 3D6 Enhanced section called read caching equals 0. And that will disable the read caching for the client for Netware networks if you need to do that for testing or troubleshooting purposes.
Bob, now Gordon, right here in Redmond, is wondering, when will the NDS-compatible NW reader be available, and what methods will you use to make it available to existing installations of Windows 95?
Glad Gordon asked
I
this
know
question.
you like that question, don't you? I could see that gleam in your eye when we started.
Well, the current client, as Joe discussed, hooks up to the Netware bindery. Our Netware 4 support will be within 60 to 90 days after we do our retail release, actually in August. We're currently in test of that right now, and work looks good. It's coming right along.
Okay, optimistic?
Yeah,
okay.
it looks good.
Terrific. Okay, Joe, we do have another one for you here. A lot of people have been calling in with questions for you. This is Walker from New York City, and he's wondering, is there an equivalent switch in the client for Netware networks to the NW share handles that exists for the NetX and VLM clients?
No, there is not. The NW share handles switch is a switch to make drive mappings either local to virtual machines or global to all virtual machines. In the case of the client for Netware networks, all drive mappings are always global to all virtual machines.
Okay, well that certainly answers Walker's question. And we'll toss one more to you, Bob. Here, Eileen from Worcester, Mass. was calling and wondering, are there any plans to support a protected mode version of Netware IP?
Actually, we don't support that right now. We do have a TCP/IP built into Windows 95. Novell's announced that they're going to change their implementation of Netware IP, and we'll follow their lead when they roll that out, hopefully this year.
Okay, Eileen from Worcester, Mass. And now, finally, Roy from Tampa has called to ask, Joe, maybe we'll toss this one out to you. Is the Netware Windows API DLLs supported with the client for Netware networks?
Yes, they are. The Netware Windows API is a set of DLLs that gets installed when you install Windows support for the VLM client. And this provides a Windows-based API for applications. The client for Netware networks will support these DLLs provided they're accessing NetX or Netware 3 functionality. Any NDS or Netware 4 functionality through the nwnet.dll specifically will not be supported currently by the client for Netware networks.
Okay, well, I think we've taken care of Roy from Tampa, and I do believe that that is all the time that we have for questions during this particular segment. Joe, it is time for you to get up and get ready for your next segment.
Okay.
Thank you very much for joining us for these questions and answers. And now remember, our question and answer line is still open, and you can call 206-635-7066 at any time during today's show. Our Windows 95 engineers are there to answer your questions right now So go ahead, pick up the phone and call 206-635-7066. All right, now it's time to move into our next segment. Joe is going to give us a look at the configuration of the workstation, and he will address security issues. Joe.
In the previous segment, we talked about the new features and architecture of the various Netware clients and some basic usability. In this segment, we're going to look at the issues of user configuration and security. On a Windows 95 computer, we will show you the Windows 95 logon process for each of these clients and discuss the new features of user profiles and system policies. Windows 95 ships with a Netware peer server service that allows a Windows 95 computer to act like a Netware server and process file and print requests from Netware clients. We will discuss the configuration and security issues of the Windows 95 NCP server. Just as in Windows for Workgroups, the Windows 95 desktop is associated with a password. This password is used to identify each user attempting to use Windows 95. The Windows 95 logon consists of a username and password. This set of identification parameters, which I may refer to as the security credentials for the user, unlock a user's password list file or password cache. The password list file stores all the accumulated passwords for network resources a user connects to over time. The Windows 95 logon ensures that only the appropriate user with the appropriate password can open their password list file. The password list or password cache works like this. When you connect to a network resource, you have the option to save this password in your password list. If you check that option and connect to the resource, Windows 95 stores an entry consisting of the server name, the username, and the password in your password list. The next time you connect to the same resource, the password list is checked for an entry and if found, is sent. The end result is that Windows 95 remembers your network server passwords and passes them automatically, giving you seamless connections to your network resources. This behavior is dependent on the fact that you were able to log on with your username and password and unlock your password list file. Now, a word of caution about password caching. In Netware networks, users are accustomed to entering their password whenever they attach to a server. With password caching, you do not need to remember the passwords to network resources since they are being connected without being prompted. This makes it very easy to forget the passwords over time. It is very similar to manually dialing phone numbers and then putting those numbers in a speed dialing phone. Over time, you tend to forget the phone numbers. When it comes time to change a password on a network resource, you must first enter the old password, which may have been forgotten. Also, once you have logged on to the Windows 95 and have unlocked your password list file, someone using your system after you have logged on can gain access to your network resources without knowing the passwords, since the passwords are passed automatically by Windows 95. It is a good idea to log off of Windows 95 when you will be away from your computer. It is also possible to bypass the Windows 95 logon process by making your Windows logon password blank. We do not recommend this since with a blank password, anybody can log onto your system as you and gain access to your network resources. They do not need to know your passwords since they are stored in the password cache and are being passed automatically by Windows 95. It is important to note that the Windows 95 logon is separate from the login to the preferred Netware server to run your login scripts and separate from passwords on individual Netware servers. The behavior of which logons a user will be prompted with will depend on the network client they are using and whether or not the passwords are synchronized. If a user is using the Microsoft client for Netware networks, you can select which logon the user will see first. From Control Panel Network, you select which logon the user sees first through the primary network logon option. Okay, I'm going to bring up Control Panel Network, and if you remember the shortcut, we're going to get the context menu off the network neighborhood by clicking on the secondary mouse button and then selecting Properties. Note in the middle of the screen there's a primary network logon option. If you select Windows Logon, you will see the Windows 95 desktop logon dialog first, then the dialog to log on to a Netware server for the purpose of running login scripts. If you select the client for Netware networks, you will see the dialog to log on to a Netware server, then the Windows 95 desktop logon dialog. One question that comes to mind for a network administrator is for user convenience, how can I make the user only have to type in one logon password? The way to have a single logon dialog is to synchronize your passwords. In other words, make the Windows 95 logon password the same as your logon password to your preferred Netware server. When the user logs on, using whatever primary network logon option that has been set in Control Panel Network, the password entered will be passed to the next logon process. I'd like to demo this. On my client for Netware Networks machine, my Windows 95 logon password is different from the logon password for the Netware 312 Netware server. When I log in, I will get prompted for the Netware server, then I will get prompted for the Windows 95 logon. Okay, I go to the Start button and I want to shut down. I want to close all programs and log on as a different user. Now remember that my two passwords are unsynchronized, so I should see two prompts for passwords. Okay, this first prompt is prompting me to log into the Netware server. I press enter and it passes that information to the server and attempts to run the login script. Now, since my two passwords are not synchronized, I get an additional prompt for the Windows 95 login password. So I'll enter that now. Processes my Netware login script, and I get my desktop. To synchronize these passwords, I'm going to change the Windows login password to match the password of the Netware server. The way to change your Windows login password is through the Password Control Panel. I'll go to Start and Settings, Control Panel, and find the passwords. Okay. With this option, I can elect to change my Windows password. So I'm going to change it so that it's the same as the password for the Netware server. And I won't tell you what it is because then you'll know it, and it won't be safe. Okay, so I've changed my Windows 95 logon password to be the same as my Netware server password. So when I shut down and log on as a different user, it should prompt me for only one logon dialog. Let's see if it works. I get the prompt for the Netware server. Processes my login scripts, and I get my desktop. So I was never prompted for the Windows 95 login password. The password for the Netware server was passed to the Windows logon and was the correct password, so I never got prompted. If the user is using either the NetX or VLM client, they must log into their preferred Netware server before launching Windows 95. This runs their login script to make search drive mappings and other changes needed before launching Windows 95. Once in Windows 95, they must log on to the Windows 95 desktop using their Windows 95 login password. With either of these two clients, there is no way to synchronize these two passwords, and the user must enter both passwords. One to log into their Netware server and run their login scripts, and another to log on to Windows 95 and open their password list file. When using the NetX or VLM client, the logon process is accomplished through login.exe, a Novell Netware utility on the default mapped login drive. For example, the user loads VLM, changes to the F drive, and runs login.exe. Login.exe prompts the user for their username and password. As we have seen, this process is the same when using the NetX or VLM clients under Windows 95. When using the client for Netware networks, the 16-bit real-mode Novell login.exe utility is not used. Instead, the Microsoft client for Netware networks relies on a Microsoft-written 32-bit protected mode login script processor, a file called nwlsproc.exe. The login script processor provides the same functionality as Novell's 2.x and 3.x version of the login.exe and processes the system and user login script while in Windows 95. The login script processor is written to process all documented login script commands for Netware 2.x and 3.x. Now, if you know anything about Windows, you know that if you log into your Netware server in an MS-DOS prompt of Windows, the changes to the MS-DOS environment to support search drives and other settings and any TSRs get loaded local to that MS-DOS prompt. So how does the login script processor for the client for Netware networks work? Well, in the case of changes to MS-DOS environment variables, Windows 95 software engineers have designed the login script processor to change the environment variables globally. The login script processor will propagate the changes made to the MS-DOS environment through set statements or search drive mappings to the Windows 95 system virtual machine. Each MS-DOS virtual machine will then inherit these changes. However, with respect to TSRs, these TSRs are not propagated to the system virtual machine. This is a limitation of the Client for Netware Network's login script processor that you must keep in mind when deploying Windows 95. The login script processor opens an MS-DOS virtual machine to process the login scripts. When processing the login scripts, it performs the login script commands and propagates changes to the MS-DOS environment variables to the system virtual machine. Any TSRs loaded, however, are loaded local to that temporary MS-DOS virtual machine. When the login script processor is done, it attempts to close the temporary virtual machine. When it does, the TSRs loaded during login script processing are discarded along with the MS-DOS virtual machine. Just like there are net.cfg and command line parameters for netx and VLM to specify a preferred server for login purposes, there is a setting for the preferred server for the Microsoft Client for Netware networks. I'd like to demonstrate that to you now. We want to get to Control Panel Network, and if you remember the shortcut, we get the properties on the network neighborhoods, and then we double-click on the Client for Netware networks. Note that we have a setting here to enable our preferred server by name and whether or not we want to enable logon script processing. This checkbox basically tells Windows 95 whether to use its login script processor to process logon scripts. I will demonstrate this for you. I'm going to Start, button, Shut Down. I'm going to close all programs and log on as a different user. I'm prompted for the initial dialog, which is the Client for Netware Networks dialog. I log in. And now the Netware login script processor is run. If you notice, we see the processing of the login script just as if we were logging in at an MS-DOS prompt through this console window. It does all my search drive mappings and all my standard drive mappings. User profiles are new in Windows 95. User profiles used on a network allow the ability to have a customized desktop settings, your wallpaper, your color scheme, etc., follow you around the network. These settings are all the user-specific settings instead of computer-specific settings, so they will be the same regardless of which computer you happen to be logging onto at that particular time. User profiles must be enabled on each computer for this feature to be fully functional on all computers on the network. To enable user profiles, we go to Control Panel, and I have a shortcut on my desktop for Control Panel. And I go back to the Passwords icon. And in the Passwords icon, the default is that user profiles are disabled. I enable user profiles by clicking on this option that says users can customize their preferences and desktop settings. And there's some additional settings on whether I want my desktop icons and start menu programs to follow me as well. When a user logs in, their user profile is found on the network and copied to the local machine. Since user profiles follow the user around the network and are tied to the individual user, they must be stored in some network location that is specific to the user. In the case of a Netware network, the user profile is stored on the user's preferred server, on the sys volume, in the mail subdirectory, and in a subdirectory off the mail directory corresponding to their hexadecimal user ID. When a user is created with syscon, they are assigned an 8-digit hexadecimal user ID and a directory under the volume sys, the directory mail, corresponding to this user ID is created for them. The typical use for this directory is to store user login scripts and user print job configurations. When a user configures their computer for user profiles, the next time they log in and log out, Windows 95 automatically creates a copy of the files corresponding to their user profile, such as user.dat, the user-specific portion of the Windows 95 registry, into this directory. If the directory does not exist for that user, Windows 95 will automatically create that directory before copying files. From that point on, whenever they log into their preferred server, their user profile files are automatically copied to the local system and the user gets their custom desktop. One issue to be aware of when user profiles is enabled is that user profile files do take up space on the preferred server. Make sure that you have enough disk space on the sys volume before enabling this feature. To store full user profile files, Windows 95 wants to use long file names. If Windows 95 tries to copy long file name files to the sys volume and it has not been enabled with the OS/2 namespace, it will prompt the user with an error message. To demonstrate this error message, I'm going to take the Dell laptop, the client for Netware Networks computer, and what I've done is logged on to a Netware server, in this case the 4.1 server, that does not have the OS/2 namespace installed on the sys volume. When I attempt to log out and save my user profile to the Netware server, I see an error message. It says an error occurred when creating a file in that directory path. File cannot be created. The volume may not support long file names. So we'll see this error message. We can elect not to see this error message in the future by clicking on the No option here. This is just telling you that Windows 95 has attempted to save a long file name file on a server volume that does not have the OS/2 namespace enabled. To prevent this error condition, enable the OS/2 namespace on the sys volume before enabling user profiles. User profiles will be discussed in more depth in the System Management Traincast session. Another user configuration feature that network administrators can utilize is system policies. System policies can be used to control access to the network, specify standard desktop configurations, and prevent users from modifying preset applications or desktop settings. System policies consist of changes to the Windows 95 registry that are merged into the registry on the local computer during the logon process. This is a very powerful feature of Windows 95 for the network administrator. With system policies, you can create safer or more standard environments for your users. A good example of a system policy is to remove the ability for the user to change their network settings under Control Panel. The network administrator creates a policy to remove the network icon from Control Panel. When the user runs Control Panel, they will never see the network icon and cannot change network settings. Another example of a system policy is a standard look to the Windows 95 desktop. If you want all of your desktops to look the same with the same color scheme and background bitmap for your corporation, you can specify these settings with system policies. Now, whenever anybody logs onto the Netware server, they will automatically get the standard company desktop. Note that system policies override whatever custom settings are being saved in the user's user profile, since they are loaded across the network after user profiles. System policies are contained in a file called a policies file, which is created and placed in a central network location so that each network can download its settings during the logon process. The default system policies file is a file called config.pol, and it is created by the network administrator with a utility called the policy editor. With system policies, you can specify default settings, settings for individual users, groups, or individual computers by computer name. On Netware networks, the default system policies file, config.pol, is created by the network administrator and then copied to the public directory on the sys volume of the preferred server. Whenever a user logs on with Windows 95, the public directory of the login server is checked for the existence of config.pol. If found, the default or user-specific settings are copied across the network and implemented on the local computer's registry. System policies will be discussed in more depth in the System Management Traincast session. Windows 95 ships with a network service called the File and Printer Sharing for Netware Networks, which we will call the Windows 95 NCP server. This service turns Windows 95 computer into a server capable of processing NCP or Netware Core Protocol requests from any Netware client. This provides for the sharing of local files and printers on the Windows 95 system with Netware workstations running Novell's NetX or VLM client, or the Windows 95 32-bit client for Netware networks. The Windows 95 NCP server is 32-bit, runs in protected mode, supports long file names, and is plug-and-play aware. Like the peer sharing component in Windows for Workgroups, it allows users to share their directories and/or printers with other users on the network. However, the Windows 95 NCP server differs from peer sharing in Windows for Workgroups in that it only operates under a user-level security screen. Access to a shared resource is based on the identity of the user trying to access that resource instead of a password associated with the resource itself. The Windows 95 NCP server is meant to work in concert with an existing Novell Netware server environment and add complementary sharing services by implementing a pass-through security link to an existing Novell Netware server. To enable the NCP server in Windows 95, you must have a binary-based Netware server which the Windows 95 NCP server uses for its user database. The file and printer sharing for Netware Network service is only available if the protected mode client for Netware Networks is also installed. The file and print sharing for Netware Network service will not be available if the NetX or VLM client is installed. Note that the Windows 95 NCP server is a 32-bit Windows component that can process NCP-based requests for file I/O and printer output. The NCP server service does not turn the Windows 95 computer into a Novell Netware server. There are certain things that can be done with a Netware server that a Windows 95 NCP server cannot do. For example, the Windows 95 NCP server cannot load and run NLMs. NLMs are Netware loadable modules. They're programs written in the Netware operating system which can only be run on a Netware server. The Windows 95 NCP server cannot perform client logins and provide system and user login scripts. The NCP server cannot do internal IPX routing between multiple net cards or multiple frame types. The NCP server cannot use a Netware server LAN netcard driver. The NCP server does not support the system fault tolerant features of Netware such as disk mirroring and duplexing, transaction tracking, and server duplexing. The NCP server does not support the loading of namespace modules for OS/2, NFS, or Macintosh to support alternate file systems. Unlike a Netware server, the Windows 95 NCP server does not create and maintain its own database of users, groups, and their properties. There is no equivalent to a binary on a Windows 95 computer like there is on a Netware server. Instead, the NCP server relies on an existing binary on a Netware server for its security accounts database. The Netware server with the binary of account information that is used by a Windows 95 NCP server is called the security provider. The security provider provides a network-wide list of accounts which includes users and groups and authentication services for Windows 95 services. The Windows 95 NCP server will forward user authentication requests to the security provider. Every client who attempts to use a Windows 95 resource will need to be validated from the central account list located on the security provider. In order to facilitate the pass-through authentication process on the Netware server, we need to create a special account called Win95 Passthrough, WIN95PASSTHRU, on the security provider. This is not an account used for logging on, but a special account that is used when validating users who are connecting to Windows 95 NCP servers. To enable the Windows 95 NCP server, we need to add the file and print sharing for Netware Network service using the network control panel. I will demonstrate. To get to the network control panel, I go to my network neighborhood, properties of the network neighborhood. Then I want to add a service. And I select Microsoft, and under the Microsoft network services, I choose the file and printer sharing for Netware Networks. Now we need to specify a Netware server that will act as our security provider. I do this through the Access Control tab under Control Panel Network. I must specify user-level access control, and I'm going to specify the Netware 410 server. Note that this server does not have to be our preferred Netware server for logging in and running login scripts. It can be any Netware server on the network. I need to restart my computer. After restarting, we can now use the Windows 95 Explorer to share directories and printers using the list of accounts on the security provider. There are some limitations to the user-level security provided with Windows 95. Windows 95 is designed to access the list of accounts available through one security provider. A Windows 95 server will only be able to grant access to those users in the account list on the security provider specified. When the Microsoft File and Print Sharing for Netware Networks service is installed, the security provider must be a Netware server. The Windows 95 NCP server will be able to view groups on the security provider, but will not be able to view the users within those groups. To view the users within a Netware group, use the appropriate Netware administration utility such as syscon or nwadmin. The Windows 95 pass-through authentication model is based on the premise that a security provider is available on the network to validate a client's credentials. If the security provider is down or unavailable, access to user-level shares cannot be validated, and clients attempting to access user-level security shares on the NCP server will fail. Windows 95 does not ship with tools or utilities to administer the security provider's accounts. To administer a Netware server's accounts, use the syscon or netadmin, nwadmin utilities shipped with Novell Netware. To access the list of accounts for sharing local directories and printers, you must be able to log on and be validated by that security provider. Pass-through authentication is the mechanism for Windows 95 NCP server to enable user-level security. Pass-through quite literally means that Windows 95 passes an authentication request through to a Netware server. To understand how the Windows 95 NCP server utilizes the bindery of a Netware server, let's look at the 5 steps of the pass-through authentication process that occurs when an NCP client tries to connect to a Windows 95 NCP server. The client asks to be granted access to a Windows 95 server's user-level security share and sends its security credentials, its username and password. The Windows 95 user-level security server asks the security provider to verify the security credentials of the client. The security provider checks username and password against its security database. In this case, it's the Netware server's bindery. The security provider informs the Windows 95 server that the client's credentials are valid. The Windows 95 user-level security server grants access to the client on the basis of whether or not the client has been granted access to the resource either directly or indirectly through a group membership. Windows 95 depends on an existing security provider like a Netware server for the user list. This is an administrative advantage. Rather than having each user manually enter the list of accounts and maintain them locally, a central account list is managed by the network administrator. Windows 95 keeps the network-wide account list centralized and scalable and stops unnecessary use of local system resources. Note that a user does not need to be logged on to the security provider as the supervisor or as a supervisor equivalent in order to use the Windows 95 NCP server. Any Windows 95 user that can log on and be validated by the security provider can access the account list. Netware 2.2 and 3.x servers store all the information on users, groups, passwords, and rights in a database stored on the server called the bindery. Netware 4x servers can appear to have a bindery through bindery emulation. There is a separate bindery for each Netware server. However, Windows 95 can use the bindery of only one Netware server. It is common for a company to have multiple Netware servers in different departments, and individual users log on to a different server depending on their department. The problem occurs when the list of accounts differs from one Netware server to another. For example, Sue and Bob are accounts on the sales server, and John is an account on the R&D server. On Sue's Windows 95 NCP server, she can select only one Netware server for pass-through validation. Sue must select the sales server since that is where her account is located, and she must log into the sales server in order to get access to the account list. If she specifies the sales server as her security provider, she will only be able to grant access to Bob, but not to John. The only workaround to this problem is to have one Netware server on the network which has all of the accounts of all of the users of all of the servers, and make that server the security provider for every Windows 95 NCP server on the network. Netware 3.x servers support a distributed account naming service called the Netware Name Service, or NNS, which implements a domain model for Netware servers by grouping servers together and distributing the domain's account list. the Windows 95 NCP server does not support the use of Netware domains and the Netware name service. Netware 4.x servers support Netware Directory Services, an organization-wide directory of network objects, servers, print queues, users, in a tree structure designed around organizational or geographic models. With NDS, once a user logs onto the directory tree, they can access any resource of the entire tree, provided access has been granted. NDS servers can access usernames across the entire directory tree merely by specifying their context or location within the directory tree. A Windows 95 NCP server can only use a Netware 4X server as its security provider if it is using binary emulation. When binary emulation is set on a Netware 4X server, it emulates having a binary with all of the objects, print queues, users, etc., within the context of the server's organizational unit. When a Windows 95 NCP server uses a Netware 4X server using binary emulation as a security provider, it will only have access to the list of accounts in the context of that Netware 4X server and not the network-wide list of users available in the entire directory tree. In this example, if the user FredFL specifies the file server 1 or FS1 as a security provider, and the FS1 server has its binary emulation context set to the East Coast organizational unit, then FredFL can grant access to all of the users in the East Coast organizational unit. However, users in the West Coast organizational unit are not accessible. Just like a Netware server, a Windows 95 NCP server has the ability to specify what type of access to a given directory using Windows 95 access rights, the equivalent of Netware trustee and directory rights on a Netware server. Access rights specify what a given user can do in a given directory on a Windows 95 server. Access rights can only be assigned to directories. Windows 95 does not provide rights down to the file level like Novell Netware, nor does Windows 95 provide additional file attributes like Novell Netware. Let's take a look at the access rights that we have available. Okay, I'm at my Add Users dialog here for sharing a directory. I'm going to go ahead and select Fred, and then I'm going to edit his rights. And now we can see the various types of access rights I can grant to Fred. I have read files, write to files, create files and folders, delete files, change file attributes, list files, and change access control. The read-only access rights corresponds to the read files and list files custom access rights. Full access rights corresponds to all of the custom access rights. Netware equivalent rights are outlined in this slide. These should be fairly obvious. Note that there is no Windows 95 access right equivalent to the Netware supervisor right. Also note that the change access control access right is equivalent to the Netware access control right. However, there are no utilities shipped with Windows 95 that allow a user to change their access rights on a share. All changing of access rights must be done on the server. In examining the behavior of how access rights flow down a directory tree, we need to define two types of access rights: explicit access rights and implicit access rights. Explicit access rights are access rights specifically granted to a user or group at any point in the directory structure of a SharePoint. Implicit access rights are access rights that are obtained not through the specific granting of access rights to a directory, but through an inheritance of access rights from a parent directory. Windows 95 does not require a user to go to each and every subdirectory of a share and grant explicit access rights. Access rights granted in one level of the directory tree flow down the directory tree. The permission flowing behavior in Windows 95 resembles the Novell Netware inherited rights and explicit trustee assignments, with the exceptions of the behavior associated with the supervisor right and the fact that there is no inherited rights mask at the directory level. To determine the effective rights for a user in a directory on a Windows 95 NCP server, we first check to see if there has been an explicit assignment for that user for that directory. If so, then the access rights are those of the explicitly granted rights. If no explicit assignment has been made for that directory, we inherit an implicit assignment from the parent directory. If a Windows 95 server grants explicit access rights to both a username and a name of a group to which the user belongs, then the actual access rights granted to the user for the share or directory will be those granted to the username. user access rights override group access rights. This is different from a Novell Netware server, which combines user and group rights together. The world account is a special account supplied by Windows 95. There is no world account on a Netware server. The world account is used to grant access to anyone requesting it without necessarily having to validate the client using the security provider. The world account can be used to grant public access to disk or printer resources or to troubleshoot pass-through security problems. When using the file and printer sharing for Netware Networks service, you can choose two methods for advertising the Windows NCP server on the network: workgroup advertising or SAP advertising. You can specify parameters for either advertising method from the advanced properties on the file and print sharing for Netware Networks service. The default configuration for the Windows 95 NCP server is to do only workgroup advertising. With workgroup advertising, Windows 95 NCP servers are placed in workgroups and can be browsed by other Windows 95 machines configured with the client for Netware Networks. Computers running NetX or VLM clients do not understand this workgroup browsing scheme and cannot connect to a Windows 95 NCP server configured only for workgroup advertising. Now let's examine SAP advertising. SAP stands for Service Advertising Protocol, and it is the protocol used by Netware servers to advertise their existence and IPX network addresses on the network. Let's examine how SAP works on a 3-server Netware network. When we start the servers, none of them are aware of each other. The sales server broadcasts a SAP packet telling the other Netware servers of its existence and its IPX network address. A SAP broadcast by a Netware server contains a list of all the servers it is aware of and their IPX and network addresses. In this case, the sales server is not aware of any other Netware servers except itself. The admin and R&D servers receive the SAP broadcast and record the sales server's name and IPX address in their bindaries. The R&D server broadcasts a SAP packet telling the other Netware servers of all the servers that it knows about. In this case, itself, R&D, and the sales server. The sales and admin servers receive the SAP broadcast and record the R&D server's name and IPX address in their bindaries. The admin server broadcasts a SAP packet telling the other Netware servers of all the servers that it knows about. In this case, itself, admin, and the sales and R&D servers. The sales and R&D servers receive the SAP broadcast and record the admin server's name and IPX address in their bindaries. Now all of the servers are aware of each other through entries in their bindaries. This list of servers in the bindery of a Netware server can be viewed with the Novell slist utility found in the login directory on the sys volume. Now let's examine the name resolution scheme that a NetX or VLM client goes through to attach to a Netware server. An NCP client logs into the R&D server, and the R&D server becomes the NCP client's default server. The NCP client wants to attach to the sales server. Before the attachment can take place, the NCP client must obtain the IPX network address of the sales server. The NCP client looks in the bindery of its default server, the R&D server, for an entry for the sales server. If an entry is found, the IPX network address is retrieved and the attachment can take place. If an entry is not found for the sales server in the bindery on the R&D server, the NCP client would see the error message, file server not found. Here's an important point. The Windows 95 NCP server by default does not do SAP advertising. Therefore, by default, NetX and VLM clients which are using the bindaries of their default Netware servers will not find entries corresponding to the Windows 95 NCP servers. Attempts to attach to them from these clients will result in file server not found error messages. Why don't we enable SAP advertising by default, you may ask? Well, the SAP browsing model has a theoretical limit of about 7,000 systems, but a more practical limit of about 1,500. Therefore, the use of SAP advertising as a default setting for Windows 95 NCP servers on a large number of desktop systems in a peer networking environment will eventually overload the SAP model and create a large amount of broadcast traffic. This is the reason that SAP advertising is not enabled by default. Let's examine the default configuration of the Windows 95 NCP server. Okay, we go to the properties on the network neighborhood. And we want to get the properties on the file and printer sharing for Netware networks. You'll notice that the SAP advertising default value is disabled and the default value for workgroup advertising is enabled. Now let's see what this looks like in our network neighborhood. When we open the network neighborhood, we see all the Netware servers to which we are attached, and since we're a Windows 95 NCP server, we see our own name as well. If we open the entire network, we see the Netware 312 and 410 server, but we do not see the Win95 server. We do see a workgroup, Traincast, which is the workgroup for the Win95 NCP server. If we open the Traincast workgroup, we see the Win95 server. Let's see what this looks like to a NetX-based client. Here's my NetX client, and I've run an MS-DOS prompt, and I'm out on the F drive, the login directory. In the login directory, there's a utility called slist. When I run slist, we see the list of Netware file servers, the Netware 312 and Netware 410 server. Notice that the Win95 server does not appear in the server list with the other Netware servers. Note what happens when I try to attach to it. If we enable SAP advertising for the Windows 95 NCP server, then it will act in the same way as a Netware server and advertise its existence to the other Netware servers. Let's return to our example network. We've replaced the sales server with the Win95, a Windows 95 NCP server with SAP advertising enabled. With SAP advertising enabled, the Win95 server now advertises its existence with a SAP broadcast. The admin and R&D servers receive the broadcast and add the Win95 server and its IPX network address to their binaries. A NetX or VLM client logs into the R&D server, making it the default server for the client. When the client wants to attach to the Win95 server, it reads the binary on the R&D server and finds the entry for Win95, and gets its IPX network address to form the attachment. Now let's enable SAP advertising on the Windows 95 NCP server and see its results. To enable SAP advertising, I go back to the properties for the file and printer sharing for Netware networks. Network control panel, properties, and now I'm going to enable SAP advertising. I'll restart the computer. Now, if we examine the network neighborhood, open up the network neighborhood, we open up the entire network. Now, as we can see, the Win95 server appears in the entire network window with the other Netware servers, and it appears in its workgroup. Since the servers listed in the entire network window correspond to the list of servers participating in SAP advertising, with this new configuration, NetX and VLM clients will now be able to connect to the Windows 95 NCP server. You may have noticed that the Win95 server appeared in two places in the entire network, with the list of Netware servers and also in its workgroup. This is not two separate servers, but one server participating in two different advertising and browsing schemes. Now let's go back to our NetX client and run slist again. Now we can see all three servers, the two Netware servers and the Win95 server. Now let's try to attach to it. Prompts me for a password. In this segment, we have examined the configuration of the workstation, including user logon issues, the functionality and implementation of user profiles and system policies, and the pass-through authentication security model of and configuration of the Windows 95 NCP server. In the next segment, we will discuss in greater detail the processes of accessing and sharing network resources. In accessing network resources, we will examine the connection process, mapping drives, capturing network printers, and installing network printer drivers with the Windows 95 point and print feature. In sharing network resources, we will examine the processes for sharing local files, sharing local printers, and examine the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware. And now, here's Mary with another Microsoft TechNet tip.
Thanks a lot, Joe. I'm back with more information on the TechNet CD. I'd like to show you how to find additional information on how to configure Windows 95 installations for users of a Novell network by using setup scripts. In the first TechNet segment, I showed you how to drill down the table of contents to browse for information. However, when you're looking for very specific information, such as Windows 95 setup for Novell networks, browsing could take a considerable amount of time. So, instead, let me show you how to use the search window, which gives you the capability to quickly search through TechNet. In the query box, I'm going to type Windows 95 setup and Novell. This information on setup could be several places on the CD, so in the scope of the search box, I selected entire CD. When the search results return, you'll see that the topics are ranked by density, so the topic containing the greatest relative density of the words Windows 95 setup and Novell will be ranked first. The first column tells us where in the table of contents the article is from. The second column tells us the name of the article. As you can see, we've come up with 19 articles. Some of these articles are in the Windows 95 Resource Kit, and some are in the Windows 95 Knowledge Base. From looking at these articles, I've decided to find out more about automated installation of Windows 95 using setup scripts and the parameter settings for a Novell network. Let me do a find again to refine my search. This time, I'll type batch script parameters and Novell. The search results screen shows a chapter in the Resource Kit on batch parameters. Stay tuned for one final TechNet tip later in the program.
Well, thanks, Mary. And now let's welcome back Bob Taniguchi here to help us field some more viewer questions. And Joe, thanks for joining us again. You okay?
Yes.
Need any water or anything? You all right?
I'm fine.
Okay. Well, thanks for giving us such a thorough look at user configuration and security. And I personally like the fact that the user profile enables my customized desktop settings to follow me around the network. And in fact, I remember that the last Traincast show that we did that I know both of you were watching, I'm positive, we had a live caller who was a teacher. And his problem was that he spent most of his classroom time, it was a computer class, and he spent so much time redoing all of the machines and undoing what all of his previous students had done. And I certainly hope that our teacher was watching today, because this was a great example between user profiles and a system policy editor. Certainly sort of a teacher's dream can come true when it comes to computer class. We won't have to spend all that time undoing what those kids got into. All right, the first thing we're going to do is elaborate on a couple of questions, Joe, that you had answered in our first question and answer segment, since we are dedicated to bringing you the most up-to-the-minute information. Joe, there was Anna's question from Sterling Heights about disabling NCP packet burst protocol for the client for Netware networks. You have some more up-to-date information?
Yes, while Mary was doing her TechNet piece, I talked with a Windows 95 support engineer who's here in the studio, and he reminded me that the setting, the placement of the support burst setting has changed from the 3 to 6 enhanced section to a new section called NW Reader in the system INI. So the support burst equals 0 should be in the NW Reader section of system INI rather than the 3 to 6 enhanced section. Okay. Note that we can also place that setting in the Windows 95 registry as well.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for elaborating on that. And also, you wanted to add some information to Matt's question. Matt from San Mateo had asked, is there a way to disable client-side read caching for the multi-user program?
Yeah, the same case applies here. It's not the 3 to 6 enhanced section. It used to be in some of the earlier builds and earlier betas, but we've now moved all those NW Reader settings to the NW Reader section of system INI, and once again also in the registry. So we would say read caching equals 0 in the NW Reader section of system INI. Okay, great. Well, I'm sure Matt is grateful for that up-to-date information. And now let's go to our next set of questions that our engineers have gathered from our callers. Now, Joe, if you're not too tired, we'll go to you. I can do it. Again. And Jeff in Darien, Connecticut has a two-part question, which we normally don't allow, but we'll allow it this time. And the first part is the Windows 95 NCP server a gateway? No, the Windows 95 NCP server is its own self-sufficient NCP file sharing system. Okay. The caller may be confused because we have an NT product which allows gateway access to Netware resources. We're not passing through access to the Netware resource. We're merely passing through the authentication process, the initial login and validation of their username and password. So it is not a gateway. We're not transparently granting access to Netware server resources. We're granting access to local resources of the Windows 95 machine itself.
Okay, and his second question was, does it allow access to resources on Netware servers that have not been granted?
That's a great question, and a concern of many Netware administrators is this new thing as a security hole for my network?
Yeah.
And no, it is not. All we're doing with the Windows 95 NCP server is granting access to local drive and printer resources that are local to that Windows 95 machine. The only time we're going out to a Netware server is to verify that the username and password that we're getting from a client is correct and is according to the security provider's validation requirements.
Okay.
And I also want to note that we're not decrypting or encrypting or doing anything with the password. The encryption occurs on the workstation side. So we already get the username and password encrypted, and we merely pass those to the Netware server. So we're not scrambling or descrambling, encrypting, decrypting. We're just merely passing through the information that we get from the client.
Okay, well, that's a terrific answer for Jeff. Bob, time for you. How about a question from Stephen from Dallas? Is the Windows 95 NCP server designed to replace Netware servers?
No, in fact, it's designed to augment what you have on your network today. As Joe pointed out earlier, you have to have a full Netware server on the network for our security mechanisms to work. In fact, if you don't have one on the network, our Netware NCP server doesn't even start up properly. So once you have one in place, though, as Joe pointed out, it's a central point of administration. The user namespace is all managed server side. It's really a great asset.
Okay. And Joe, I think we'll throw one back to you.
Fine.
Not too tired?
No.
Okay. David from Lincoln, Nebraska called, and he wanted to know, can you specify a location other than the syspublic of the login server for the systems policy file?
That's a great question. This is merely the default location for the system policy file. It's a centrally located resource that everybody automatically gets granted access to through Netware groups. We can override that behavior and place it in a different location. We can manually select where we want that to go and what directory and what server location. And we do that actually through a system policy setting. So you would use the system policy editor to create that setting, and then the next time the user logged in, they would be pointed to the alternate location. But I think they'll cover that in a lot more detail in the system administration Traincast segment later on.
Which is coming up.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Okay, Bob, we'll go to you again. Bill in Eugene, Oregon is a Novell Platinum dealer. How does Windows 95 help him?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to hear Novell Platinum dealers are watching the show.
Watching today, yes.
But actually, there's a great deal of opportunity from a business perspective as well as from a customer perspective in Windows 95. For example, as all the things that Joe's pointed out in the product, there's a great deal more management capability client side that can be implemented. And if you think about some of the scenarios of what you can do for your customer, increasing the control over the desktop, better control of, let's say you have a temporary workforce doing data entry, you can secure your network better. And then finally, from a customer perspective, you can service them remotely. And something I understand is a future Traincast topic, we'll talk about our dial-in capabilities and remote networking.
Remote administration.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great. Okay, Joe, we'll toss it back to you. This is from Alex, watching all the way from Miami. And does the workgroup browsing model work the same way as the existing Windows for Workgroups and Windows NT browsing model?
That's a great question, and a question that I didn't necessarily address in the previous segment. But yes, it's basically the same, where we have browse servers who collect all of the computer name information, and we have browsing clients which attempt to extract that information so that we can show it in the network neighborhood and the entire network windows. It's basically the same, except that in the case of the Windows 95 NCP server and the protected mode NW reader, all of the browsing traffic happens over directed IPX traffic rather than multicast and broadcast-based traffic that we have in the Windows NT and Windows for Workgroups case. So it's a bit more efficient just because we're only operating over a single protocol, IPX, and we can do all directed traffic now for client-side requests as well as for the propagation of browsing information from server to server.
Okay. Now, Bob, you ready for another question?
Sure.
I've had a lot of people asking for you today. We have Lynn from St. Paul, and she wants to know what is the difference between using Netware servers and Windows NT domains as a security provider. I know security is a question that really is on a lot of people's minds.
Right. Well, Joe pointed out that our security model, when you're running the network client or the NCP server, is tied into a single Netware server. And that linkage is direct. You specify your preferred server, and that becomes your security agent, if you will, on the network. Windows NT, by design, has something called the domain architecture for security. And a domain can have multiple servers participating in that domain. What it really means, Beata, bottom line, is there's redundancy. You can have multiple servers serving as the provider of your domain controller, your security management point on the network with Windows NT. In that regard, the functionality is identical in the product. It's just that the domains could be a more robust architecture for you in the long run.
Okay. And Joe, do you think you can field one more question here?
I think I can do one
Okay.
more.
We had a caller. This was a Windows 95 beta user. And this person would like to know, why don't I see the close all programs and login as a different user option from the shutdown dialog and, when using the VLM client?
That's a great question.
They're all great questions,
they
aren't
are.
they? You've enjoyed them all today.
These people calling in are pretty sharp. When we are using the protected mode NW Reader client, we have an additional option down below that says close all programs and log on as a different user. And what that allows us to do is shut down Windows 95 without restarting and rebooting the computer, basically. It'll shut down the desktop and then give us back the Windows 95 initial login. And all that happens in protected mode. But on a NetX or VLM client, if you remember, we always have to log in real mode before launching Windows 95. So we don't have that option. We don't have the option. Windows 95 does not have the ability to shut itself down and get back to that real mode login prompt that we see when we initially start the computer. So that's why we don't see that. We only have the option to shut down the computer or restart the computer, and that's our re-login process for a NetX and VLM client.
I understand.
It just has to do with protect mode. Can we do it in protect mode? We have to do it in real mode, and the way to do that is to restart or shut down the computer.
Well, it's great to get a question from an actual beta tester,
Yes.
since it's somebody who actually has their mitts on the product and is working with this. I have a question for you, Joe. I was wondering, System Policy Editor especially, which is one of the features that I'm very impressed with, do you think there's a danger of people just getting dizzy with power with something like System Policy Editor in front of them? They can just
absolute
really...
power corrupts absolutely.
The control that they can exercise over other people's desktops.
It's also a great source of practical jokes, and I think one that will be utilized heavily in the industry. But the main point about system policies is it does give the system administrator that additional remote configuration capabilities that are present in some networking environments, and now is present built into Windows 95. I think we're going to see a lot of use out of it.
And I think it's just such a strong feature because you can literally keep people from getting themselves into trouble by getting too creative on their desktop. So I think that it speaks very strongly for that particular
users are naturally
feature.
curious, and they'll walk around the UI until the saying goes, give them enough rope.
They'll just keep looking and looking.
Unintentionally, they could cause some problems for themselves.
Absolutely.
And system policies disallows that sort of that sort of behavior.
Yeah, it's a very strong feature of the product. And Bob, having recently come back from Windows World Spring Comdex, the question that I'm still hearing, people are asking me within the Microsoft booth, is Windows 95, the release date in August. Now there's sort of a suspicion that yes, it will be released, but will it be for everyone? Will just the special few be able to get the product, or will you be able to walk into your neighborhood software store and purchase Windows 95 in August?
Well, Beata, naturally, everyone's special to Microsoft.
This is true.
But secondly,
Nice way of
no,
putting it.
we're on track. We really are. The preview program's on track. We're getting good feedback there. We've done a significant amount of testing internally, and not to mention the 50,000 worldwide beta testers. It was great to talk to some of them in Atlanta at the beta party.
Yeah.
So, we're totally on track for our August release date, and things are looking good. And as you saw in Joe's demo, the networking stuff looks very strong, very stable. So.
Okay, so this is the word to everyone that it won't just be for the special privileged few. We should all be able to walk into our
local store
and
exactly.
Snatch up a copy. Okay, well, I think that it would be a good time now to take about a 15-minute break, and we'll move on to the next section. We do have a lot of material to cover today, so Joe, since you carry the bulk of this burden, perhaps you want to go have a Jolt Cola and a power bar or something and to recharge for the next series there. And remember, during the show, you can continue to call with your questions. And the number to call, once again, is 206-635-7066. Now, we will stop taking questions on that line at the end of the show. So watch now, if you would, and find out how you can get all the wonderful Windows 95 products and resources. Okay, guys, I think it's...
Microsoft offers a number of resources to help you in the migration to and implementation of Windows 95. Have paper and a pencil ready to copy these addresses. They'll also be repeated at the end of this program. If you'd like to subscribe to Microsoft's WinNews electronic newsletter, send internet email to enews@microsoft.nwnet.com with the words "Subscribe WinNews" as the only text in the body of your message. WinNews file sections can also be found on most major online services. To receive the Microsoft project template for deployment of Windows 95, send your name, company name, address, phone, and fax numbers via the internet to deploy95@microsoft.com. The Microsoft project template is also available on CompuServe, Go, MSTV Forum, Windows 95 Library. The title is win95p.zip. To receive a beta version of the Windows 95 Resource Kit, or for more information about this kit, call 1-800-315-0676. Inside Windows 95 by Adrian King is available for $24.95 at most major bookstores, or by calling 1-800-MS-PRESS. To get a program guide for Microsoft TV with information on business-to-business television programs from Microsoft, email us at mstv@microsoft.com or call 1-800-597-3200. The transcript, content outline, and PowerPoint slides of this broadcast will be available on CompuServe and the World Wide Web at these addresses. For information or to subscribe to Microsoft's TechNet program, call toll-free 1-800-344-2121 or visit your local software reseller. For international availability and pricing, check with your local Microsoft subsidiary. You can also view a subset of TechNet on the World Wide Web at this address. Watch for TechNet on the Microsoft Network, coming soon to a PC near you. To order a videotape of today's program, or any others in the Windows 95 Traincast series. Call 1-800-597-3200. We're always anxious to hear your comments on the Windows 95 Traincast series, as well as other programs offered by Microsoft TV. Please contact us via the internet at mstv@microsoft.com or call us toll-free at 1-800-597-3200. We'll be back with more of Windows 95 Traincast in a few moments. In the meantime, our Traincast question and answer phone lines are still open. Call area code 206-635-7066. You still have ample opportunity to win a full multimedia computer system from Dell. Just answer this question. Name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. Here it is again. Name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. When you have the answer, call toll-free 1-800-254-4069. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Windows 95 Traincast, the program designed to prepare you for the move to and implementation of Microsoft's Windows 95. Windows 95 Traincast is sponsored in part by Dell Computer Corporation. Here's today's question for your chance to win a complete multimedia computer system from Dell. Name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. Call us toll-free at 1-800-254-4069 when you have the answer. Once again, here's Beata Baker.
Welcome back to Microsoft's Windows 95 Traincast. If you're just joining us, our show is on Windows 95 and Netware. Now, in the first half, our presenter, Joe Davies, discussed architecture and new features, and user configuration and security. Now, videotapes are available of this program if you missed the first half. They're also great to use for reviewing the material covered and can be a valuable training tool. To order videotapes, please call 1-800-597-3200. In this next segment, Joe will discuss and demo the processes of accessing and sharing network resources. Joe?
In the last segment, we took a look at the configuration of the workstation, including user logon issues, the 32-bit login script processor for the client for Netware networks, the functionality and implementation of user profiles and system policies, and the configuration and pass-through authentication security model of the Windows 95 NCP server. In this segment, we will demonstrate and discuss in greater detail the processes of accessing and sharing network resources. In accessing network resources, we will examine the connection process and review the functionality of password caching. We'll show you a variety of ways to map drives. We will show you how to capture printers and how Windows 95 supports an automated setup of network printer drivers called point and print. In sharing network resources, we will examine the processes for sharing local files, sharing local printers, and the new Microsoft Print Agent for Netware. Before we get into connecting to servers, I'd like to show you a little bit about how we find individual Netware servers on the network. We do that through the network neighborhood. I open up the network neighborhood, and in the contents of the network neighborhood, we see all the Netware servers that we are currently attached to. And since this computer is also configured with the NCP server, we see ourselves as well. If I open up the entire network window, I see a list of all servers participating in SAP advertising. This includes the Netware servers and also the Windows 95 NCP server. We also see a list of all the work groups corresponding to all of the Windows 95 NCP servers. If I open up the Traincast work group, I see the Win95 server again. To attach to this server, there are a variety of ways that we'll talk about a little bit later. I'd like to show you a little shortcut. Let's say this Netware 410 server is a server that you commonly attach to. Well, in this case, what we have to do is go to the network neighborhood and open the entire network window every time we want to attach to it. I'd like to show you a little shortcut where we're going to place the Netware 410 icon in the network neighborhood. The way I do this is I select the Netware 4 server. I use my secondary mouse button to click and drag the Netware 410 server into the network neighborhood. A menu pops up and I select Create Shortcuts here. Now what I have is a shortcut to that Netware 410 server in my network neighborhood. To attach to it, I merely double-click on that icon. I no longer have to go to the entire network window. I can also take the Netware 410 server icon and click and drag it to my Windows 95 desktop. Now I have an icon on the desktop that corresponds to the Netware 410 server, and I can get to it even more directly. Attaching to any NCP server, which includes Novell Netware servers and Windows 95 NCP servers, can be done using the Windows 95 user interface several ways. I can double-click on the server icon, or I can use the Start button to go Start, Run, and then type in / and the name of the server. Or from the server icon's context menu, I can select Attach As. In the case of double-clicking on the server icon or doing a Start Run, the connection process is automatic. Let's examine this automatic connection process in detail. When attempting to auto-connect, the user's logon username and password are sent. The logon username and password is whatever username-password combination was used to initially log on to Windows 95 according to the primary network logon setting in the network control panel. If successful, connect. If the attempt fails owing to an invalid username or an invalid password, Windows 95 will search the password cache, the password list file, for an entry corresponding to the server name. If an entry is found, the Windows 95 sends the username password for the server entry in the password cache. If successful, connect. If an entry in the password cache is not found, Windows 95 prompts the user with a dialog to manually enter a username and password, with an option to connect as guest and an option to save that name and password in the password cache. In the case of using attach as, the user is always prompted with a dialog to manually enter a username and password, with an option to connect as guest and an option to save this name and password in the password cache. Note that an entry in the Windows 95 password cache consists of a server name, username, password combination. In Microsoft networks, only the server name and password is required, since the username is always the Windows 95 logon name. In Netware networks, however, users can log on to different servers with different usernames while retaining their Windows 95 logon name, so the additional username field for the password cache entry is required. The automatic method of attaching to NCP servers can create some confusion in the following scenario. Let's say a user does not have an account on the Netware server Sales1, but wants to connect as guest. When they attach for the first time, their logon username password fails. Since this is the first time they have connected to this server, there will be no entry in the password cache. The user will be prompted with a dialog to enter their name with an option to connect as guest and an option to save this name and password in the password cache. Since they have no account on the Netware server, they choose to connect as guest. When they attach, and if the Save This Password in Your Password List box is checked, Windows 95 will store the following entry in the password cache: Sales1 with a guest account and no password. Later on, they get an account and user rights on the Sales1 server with a username password that is different than their Windows 95 logon username and password. The next time the user auto-attaches to the Sales1 server by double-clicking or going through Start Run, the Windows 95 logon username password is sent, which fails. The password cache is checked. Since an entry for the Sales1 server is stored in the password cache, then the guest with no password username and password is sent. The end result is that because of the automatic reconnection process, the user attaches to the server with the guest account and are only allowed guest privileges even though they have an actual account and rights on the server. To troubleshoot this type of problem, always verify the username that is being used for the attachment. We currently do this with the philosophical Netware utility Whoami. Whoami shows all the servers currently connected and the usernames used for the attachment. In the Windows 95 user interface, you can do the equivalent function by selecting Whoami from the context menu of the specific server, or Whoami from the context menu of the network neighborhood. To demonstrate this functionality, we can check the username used for an attachment for an individual server by going to the network neighborhood, selecting the server, and bringing up its context menu with the secondary mouse button. We select Whoami, and it brings up a dialog indicating the username used for the attachment and the connection number. To get the equivalent functionality of the novel Whoami command, we want to get a list of all the Netware servers and the usernames for their attachment. In this case, we go to the network neighborhood, bring up its context menu, and there's also a Whoami option. We select it, and it brings up all of the current Netware servers that we're attached to and the names used for the attachment. You notice I have a problem here. The Netware 410 server is auto-attaching with the guest account. I actually have a valid account on that server. So what I want to do is override or rewrite the entry in the password cache. So first I must log out of the Netware 4 server. And I'm going to log back in, but this time I want to be prompted for a username and password. So I go to the Netware server, bring up its context menu, and select Attach As. Now I can put in my valid username, valid password, and since I have the Save This Password in Your Password List entry checked, when I click OK, it attaches me to the server and rewrites the entry in the password cache. I'd like to show you a couple of different ways to map drives in the Windows 95 user interface. From the network neighborhood, we have our list of open or connected Netware servers. I can open up a Netware server by just double-clicking on its icon, and we see the list of print queues and server volumes on the Netware server. I can map a drive to the root of the volume by selecting the volume, bringing up its context menu with the secondary mouse button, and selecting Map Network Drive. Here we get a dialog where we can select the drive letter, and notice that Windows 95 has filled in the path for me. In this case, we're using the UNC, or Universal Naming Convention, syntax of // the server name /sys, which is the volume name. I also have an option to reconnect at logon for persistent connections. We get a new window showing me the contents of the volume. I can also navigate the volume as I would my local disk directories by just double-clicking on folders and bringing up additional windows. Once within the volume, I can also map a drive to any given directory by highlighting the directory, bringing up its context menu, and selecting Map Network Drive. Note again that Windows 95 has filled in the path for us: the Netware 312 server, the sys volume, and in this case the docs directory. Note also that we have an additional checkbox to connect as root of the drive. This is the equivalent of the Novell map root function. Just as in Windows 3.1, we cannot do global search drive mappings while in Windows. Search drive mappings are drive mappings which also change the path MS-DOS environment variable. We cannot make global changes to the MS-DOS environment variables while in Windows 95, with the exception of the Windows 95 login script processor. I can make search drive mappings using the Novell Map utility. However, these search drive mappings will be local to that MS-DOS virtual machine only. When I close the MS-DOS virtual machine, the search drive mappings for that virtual machine are lost. I'd like to show you another way of doing drive mappings using the Windows 95 Explorer. We bring up the Explorer, and in the Explorer left window, we scroll down to the network neighborhood. We open up the network neighborhood. We open up the Netware server, open up its volume, and select the directory. Bring up its context menu and select Map Network Drive. As you can see, we get the exact same dialog with the exact same options as using the network neighborhood in the server windows. Another way of doing drive mappings is by utilizing the Map Network Drive toolbar button on most of your Explorer windows. Click on Map Network Drive, and we get this same basic dialog, but in this case, the path is not filled out for us. We must manually type something in here to indicate the pointer out on the network. In the case of Novell Netware resources, there are two ways to specify the path. There's the Novell syntax of a server name, / volume name, a colon, and a directory path. I'll demonstrate. NW312 is the server name. The volume name is sys, and we want to map to the docs directory. The other type of syntax that Windows 95 supports is the Universal Naming Convention syntax, which consists of / server name / volume, and then the the directory path. So we type in / the name of the server, / the volume, / docs. We get the exact same drive mapping. I can also use the Novell Netware Map utility to do drive mappings. Going out to an MS-DOS prompt, I'm going to say map k, actually map root k equals the name of the volume and the directory. And now let's talk about capturing printers, and we'll take a look at some of the network printing features of Windows 95. For Windows applications, Windows 95 can print directly to print queue names without having to capture an LPT port. Print captures are printed to a Netware print queue based on the UNC-based path name, rather than printing to the port name. Since we do not have to redirect an MS-DOS LPT port for each printer connection, we do not have any limitations of 3 or 9 LPT ports that can be captured. If we are printing using the MS-DOS application, we can redirect printing to an LPT port. The capture command line options are now just another settings tab for the properties for the network printer. Let's take a look at how we capture a Netware print queue using the Windows 95 user interface. I go to my network neighborhood and open my attached server. It shows a list of the print queues that are available. I'm going to capture print queue 3. I click on it and bring up its context menu and select Capture Printer Port. From this dialog, I can select exactly which LPT local device I want to redirect to the Netware print queue. Also note that we're using the UNC syntax here to indicate the Netware server's name, NW312, and the print queue's name, print queue 3. So now my local LPT3 port has been redirected to the NW312 server and the print queue 3 print queue. Now I'd like to show you how to install a network printer with Windows 95. I bring up the My Computer icon and go to the Printers folder. I don't have any printers currently installed, so I want to add a printer. This brings up the Add Printer wizard, and I'm just going to go through these dialog boxes. Click on Next. Asks me if I want to have a local printer or network printer. In this case, it's a network printer. It's prompting me here to type in a network path or queue name. Well, I don't really recall what they are, so let's take a look at the Browse button. Browse button comes up and shows me my network neighborhood view. So now I can open up the Netware 312 server and select an individual print queue. When I click OK, Windows 95 already fills in the UNC-based printer name path for me. Down here, we have the option, do you want to print from MS-DOS-based applications? Yes, I do in this case, so I'm going to select yes. The next dialog is prompting me to capture a printer port. So I'll go ahead and do that and say, well, print Q1, I want that to print to LPT1. I can select any LPT port. Select Next. Now it's prompting me for a printer model and name. This happens to be an HP LaserJet 3, so I select HP LaserJet 3 and Next. And now it's prompting me for a friendly printer name. In this case, I want to know it's the HP LaserJet 3, so I'll just leave the printer name the HP LaserJet 3. It's asking me if I want to print a test page. In this case, I'll just say no. Okay. Now Windows 95 is going out to the local disk in this case and copying across the printer driver files corresponding to the HP LaserJet 3. And now in my printers folder, I have a network printer icon corresponding to the HP LaserJet 3. Now let's take a look at the properties for this new network printer. We select the printer and bring up its context menu by clicking on the secondary mouse button and select Properties. We have the usual properties such as pages and paper sizes, etc., but there's also a new Settings tab for capture settings. This is where we duplicate the capture command line options such as timeout values, form names, number of copies, and form feed options. Now I'd like to tell you about a great feature of Windows 95 network printing called Point and Print. Point and Print installation is a drag and drop network printer installation that automatically installs the printer and copies its drivers over the network. All that is required of the user is a friendly name for the printer. Point and Print installation will work for any Windows 95 print chair and for Netware print queues that have been set up for Point and Print support. To install the driver files for Network Printer Driver, merely drag the Point and Print enabled Network Printer icon from the server's shared resource window to the printer folder window. Alternately, you can select Install from the Point and Print enabled Network Printer's context menu, or double-click on the Network Printer icon. For Windows 95 NCP servers, Point and Print is automatically supported and requires no extra setup. For Netware servers, however, extra steps need to be performed on the server by a network administrator to enable this functionality. Unfortunately, there is no way to tell from a network printer's icon appearance or properties whether it is Point and Print enabled. I'd like to demonstrate this functionality for you now. We're going back to the laptop here, and for reasons that I'll explain a little bit later, we have to log in as the supervisor account, so I'll go ahead and do that now. And what I have done is I have set up the print queue 3, to be Point and Print enabled. And I want to install that network printer and copy its driver files across the network. So I go to my network neighborhood. I open up the Netware 312 server, and I see my three print queues. Print queue 3 has been point and print enabled. Well, to show you the functionality of point and print, I open up my printers folder, and all I do is I click, drag, and drop the print queue icon from the Netware server to the printers folder. It asks me if I want to print from MS-DOS-based programs. In this case, I'll just say no. Then it asks me for a friendly name. As you saw, it automatically installs the printer drivers across the network, and now I have my printer icon. For point and print to be enabled for a network printer, the server sharing the printer needs to know three things: the printer name and configuration, which printer driver files are needed, and where those files are located. The files needed to set up a point and print network printer are the printer driver files as specified in the Windows 95 printer information files. In order to enable point and print on a Netware server, Windows 95 must write some configuration information to the Netware server that is accessible from any Windows 95 client. Windows 95 writes to the Netware server's bindery. More specifically, Windows 95 adds properties and values to the Netware print queue object in the Netware server bindery so that any Windows 95 client can read those properties for the printer name and configuration, the list of printer driver files, and where those printer driver files are located. Note that a user must be logged in as a supervisor or supervisor equivalent to set up point and print on a Netware server. You must have supervisor privileges in order to be able to write to the Netware server bindery. Now let's take a look at the procedure one must go through to enable point and print support on a Novell Netware print queue. What we want to do is enable print queue 1 for point and print support. We select the print queue object, bring up its context menu with the secondary mouse button, and select off of the menu point and print setup. Now, word of note here, the point and print setup menu option will only appear if we have logged on to the Netware server with supervisor or supervisor equivalent. We select the option to set driver path, and we're prompted with a dialog. In here, we must type in the UNC-based reference to where the printer driver files are located. In our case, it's going to be /NW312 on the sys volume, and I've decided to place all my Windows 95 printer drivers for point and print support in the public directory. Okay. So we go back to the print queue, back to point and print setup, and now we're going to set the printer model. Okay, this happens to be an Epson LQ1000, so we select Epson LQ1000. And now our print queue is enabled with point and print support. Since the files are copied to the sys public directory, the network administrator does not need to grant any additional rights. If the network administrator wanted to keep all the Windows 95 printer driver files in a separate directory, such as Win95 DRV off of the sys volume, the network administrator would have to use the syscon utility and grant the group everyone read and file scan rights to that directory. Please note that in this beta version of Windows 95, the printer driver files must be manually copied to the desired location. In the final release, the copying of drivers will be automatic as long as we specify the driver path before the printer model. Now, as an example of how the Netware bindery gets modified to support Windows 95 point and print, let's take a look at the instance where we set up the Epson LQ1000 printer driver for point and print. I'm going to my NetX-based machine, and I'm running a utility called bind.exe that allows us to view various objects in the bindery. Okay, I want to take a look at print queue objects. All right, and here we see our three print queues. Now let's take a look at a print queue that does not have point and print support, and this is print queue 2. Okay, these are the various properties of print queue 2. We have where the directory is, who gets to operate it, print servers, and users. Those are the standard objects for when we create a print queue with the pconsole utility. If we take a look at print queue 1, we notice that there are now 3 different additional properties. The WinENV list property is a kind of a flag or indicator that this particular print queue has been enabled for point and print support. The DRV property lists all of the printer driver files and printer driver name. The dir property, as we'll see, is the location of where we typed in the printer driver file location. The Windows 95 point and print setup writes the WinENV list, DRV, and dir properties and values to the Netware server's printQ binary object. Now, a Windows 95 client can access these binary properties and values and get the information needed for point and print setup. The binary properties written to the printQ object can be removed with binary editor utilities available in the public domain, or by deleting and recreating the printQ. Now let's talk about some of the sharing functionality of Windows 95. If you recall, the Windows 95 file and printer sharing for Netware Network Service, or Windows 95 NCP Server, uses a pass-through authentication security model for its user-level security. Let's examine this connection process in detail. Let's assume that the NCP client attempting to connect is a Windows 95 computer using the Windows 95 user interface. When the NCP client attempts to map a network drive or capture a printer which corresponds to a shared resource of the Windows 95 NCP server, it passes its security credentials, its username and password. The Windows 95 NCP server checks to see if the username exists in the binary of the security provider. If not, the user at the NCP client is prompted with a dialog that they can use to specify a different name, or they can log in as guest. If the username does exist in the binary, the password is checked. If the password is incorrect, the user at the NCP client is prompted for a new username and password. If the password is correct, then the NCP client's security credentials, username and password, have been validated by the security provider, the Netware server. The Windows 95 NCP server then checks to see if the user has been granted access rights directly by username or indirectly through a group membership. If access rights have not been granted, then the access to the requested resource is denied. If access rights have been granted, access to the resource is allowed. Let's check to make sure that I have a security provider specified. I want to get to Control Panel Network, so I go through the Network Neighborhood Properties. Under the Access Control tab, we see I have User Level Access Control, and here is the name of my security provider, in this case the Netware 4.1 server. Note again that the security provider does not necessarily have to be my login server, my preferred server. All right, let's see how sharing works with the Explorer. Bring up the Explorer. I want to share the docs directory. I click on the docs directory, then bring up its context menu. From its context menu, I select Sharing. It's currently not shared, and let's go ahead and share it. You notice it brings up a share name corresponding by default to the name of the directory. Now there are no users added, there's no access rights to this particular share, so I want to add some users and access rights. Click on the Add button. What Windows 95 does is it goes out to the Netware 4 server and downloads the list of users and groups. Okay. These are the list of users and groups corresponding to my Netware 4.1 server. I'm going to select John Doe with read-only rights. And OK. Note how the docs folder changes, that it shows a hand underneath the folder to indicate it's been shared. Well, we know that John Doe has read-only rights to the docs directory. Let's see what his rights are at some lower directories. We go to the sales directory, bring up its sharing menu option, and we see that John Doe still has read-only rights. We can see that the access rights granted at the root of the share, in this case the docs directory, flows down the directory structure. I'd like to change his rights in the fiscal year 94 directory. So the way I do that is I select the directory, bring up the sharing menu, and I'm selecting John Doe, and I'm going to edit or change his rights. Okay. He currently has read-only access rights to this directory through an inheritance from the docs directory. I'm going to change his rights to full access rights in the fiscal year 94 directory. Click OK. Now, Windows 95 prompts us with this dialog. It says, you have given users permissions but have not explicitly shared this folder. Do you want to share this folder now? In this case, we do not want to share the folder because it's already been shared through the docs share. All we're doing is changing access rights on this particular share. So we're going to say no here. We do not want to create an additional share for the fiscal year 94 directory. So we'll say no. Now we've got read-only rights at the docs directory for John Doe and full access rights for fiscal year 94. Now what I'm going to do is go up to the sales directory and change the sharing to some custom rights. Click on sales, bring up the context menu, sharing. I'm going to edit John Doe's rights. I'm going to give him custom rights of read, write, create, and list. Click OK. The access rights changed to indicate his changed rights. And now I click OK. It asks me if I want to share this folder. In this case, no, I'm merely changing access rights, so I don't need to share it again. And now we were prompted with an additional dialog. What we've attempted to do is change access rights above a directory where access rights have been explicitly specified. What Windows 95 is asking here is, how do you want to apply these changes? Do you want these changes to flow down the directory structure, or do you want to not flow down the directory structure, or do you want to be prompted for each directory to change the behavior? In this case, we're going to say no, do not change any inside folders. So now what we have is John Doe being granted read-only rights to the docs directory, custom rights at the sales directory, and full access rights to the fiscal year 94 directory. Now what do you think the rights will be for the fiscal year 93? You're right, they're custom rights, because they flowed from the sales directory. So we've shared the docs directory on my Windows 95 NCP server. Let's see what this looks like to various NCP clients. On this machine, I'm running Windows 95, so let's see what it looks like to it. On the machine, we go to the network neighborhood. Okay, it's logged into the Netware 4.1 server. We go to the entire network, and since I have SAP advertising enabled, I see the Windows 95 server. When I double-click on it, okay, it attempts to connect and then prompts me for a password. At this point, the John Doe user would type in their password. Now, which password do they type in? Well, it's the password that they would use to get to their the security provider server, in this case, the Netware 4.1 server. Click on OK, and we can see the docs share, or the docs volume. So this is what it looks like to a Windows 95 desktop. Let's see what it looks like to an MS-DOS NetX-based client that are using Novell Netware utilities. Okay, I've got my NetX client over here. I need to attach to the server, and then I need to do a mapping. So from the prompt, it asks me for a password. Again, that's the password for John Doe on the security provider server, the Netware 4 server. Okay, I'm attached, and now I can map I've attached and mapped a drive. Now, one thing to note in the syntax of the map command is that I'm used to typing in the name of the Netware server and a volume name. In the case of a Windows 95 server, a server share, I type in the name of the Windows 95 server and then the share name, which corresponds to the volume name for a Netware server. Now let's see how we share printers with the Windows 95 NCP server. To share a printer, I need to bring up the printers folder. So I go to My Computer, bring up the printers folder. I have a locally installed printer for the Apple LaserWriter. I want to go ahead and share this. So I bring up the context menu for the printer and select Sharing. Okay. The Sharing tab off of the General Properties for the Apple LaserWriter printer allows me to share it. You notice the share name picks up from the name of the printer. And just like in the case of sharing directories, I add individual users and their access rights. In this case, what I want to do is grant everybody full access. Note how the printer icon changes to indicate it's being shared. Now let's take a look at what this looks like to our various NCP clients out on the network. I'm going to my Windows 95 machine, and we see the Win95 server window out on the desktop, and I'm just going to press the F5 key to refresh this window, and we can see the Apple share, the Apple printer share. Now, since a Windows 95 NCP server automatically supports point and print, I'm going to see if this will work by going to My Computer, opening up the Printers folder, and I want to drag and drop install this printer share. So I drag it and drop it. It asks me if I want to print from MS-DOS applications, its name, no test page, and again, it automatically copies the printer drivers across the network and into my local machine. Note that I didn't have to do anything to the Windows 95 NCP server to enable this functionality. So that's what it looks like to a Windows 95 machine. Let's take a look at what it looks like to our MS-DOS-based NetX client. Okay, we go back to the client. The client is going to run a capture command, and on the capture command we need to specify what server we want and what print queue we want. So we're going to say capture local port 2. The server name in this case is going to be Win95, and the queue name, and the queue name is going to be, yes, the Apple server, the Apple print share. Okay. So notice in the capture command, the print queue name that we would normally specify in Netware print queue has become the share name, the name that we use to share on the Windows 95 NCP server. To summarize, when using the map command on an MS-DOS-based client against a Netware server, you specify the syntax of the server name and the volume name. When using the map command against a Windows 95 NCP server, you specify the same syntax, only you specify the server name and the share name. Note that the volume name is equivalent to the share name on the Windows 95 NCP server. When using the capture command against a Netware server print queue, you use the syntax of specifying the server and the print queue name. When using the capture command against the Windows 95 NCP server, you specify the Windows 95 server name and the Windows 95 share name for that printer. Note that the print queue name is equivalent to the printer share name. Another neat feature of the Microsoft Windows 95 is the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware, which is designed to run on a Windows 95 computer configured with the client for Netware networks. It provides a Windows 95 computer with Netware print server machine functionality, allowing it to despool print jobs from a Netware print server with a single print queue to a locally installed printer. The Microsoft Print Agent for Netware is a 32-bit application that can be enabled from the property sheet of any locally attached printer. Note that using the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware does not prevent the user from printing to the locally attached printer, nor does it impair that user's ability to share the printer on the network. The Print Agent for Netware is simply another 32-bit application submitting jobs to that local printer's print queue. The locally attached printer can service print jobs from applications, such as word processors, from the network server, in this case the Microsoft NCP server, and despooled print jobs from the Netware Print Agent all at the same time. A Novell Netware print server machine is typically either a computer dedicated to handle print jobs or a Novell Netware file server that has been configured to handle print jobs. In either case, the computer acting as the print server machine can have multiple printers attached through the various ports and can be configured to service multiple print queues. The Windows 95 Microsoft Print Agent for Netware is designed to service only one print queue set up on a Netware print server. Let's take a look at how we configure the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware. I've taken the liberty of installing the Print Agent for Netware as a service under Control Panel Network. Okay. It is now installed, and now I can set up a local printer to be a Netware print server. Let me show you what is required to set up print queues and print servers for this support. Going out to the MS-DOS prompt, and I'll run pconsole. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and create a print queue. We'll call it demo. I'm going to create a print server, call it demo. And for the configuration for the demo print server, I'm going to do the printer configuration. Printer 0 is going to be defined as remote LPT1. And then for queues serviced by printer, printer 0 will service the demo print queue. Now, since I have the print agent for Netware installed, I can just go to a locally installed printer, bring up its properties, and I have an extra tab for Print Server. Selecting that tab, I have an option to enable or disable the Microsoft Print Server for Netware. I want to enable it, and from the Netware 312 server, I select the demo print server. This tells Windows 95 which server and which print server to despool from. Under the polling options, I can select high polling or low polling, the amount of time in between which Windows 95 polls the Netware server for print jobs. Now let's take a look at the printing process when the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware is installed. When the NCP workstation prints, it sends the job to the Netware server, which ends up as a spool file in the print queues directory on the server. The Print Agent for Netware polls the server to see if there are any print jobs in the print queues subdirectory. When the Print Agent for Netware sees the print job in the print queue directory, it instructs the Netware server to begin sending the spool file across the network. The print job is received by the Print Agent for Netware, and it sends the raw printer data to the local print queue just like any other printing application. When the entire print job has been despooled from the Netware server, the Windows 95 printing subsystem begins sending the document to the locally installed printer. The end result of the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware is that Windows 95 workstation is acting like a Novell remote printing workstation running rprinter.exe, in that we are despooling jobs from a Netware print queue to a locally attached printer on a non-dedicated computer. However, the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware is not a version of rprinter, but a version of the P-server component. In this section, we have showed you how Windows 95 is used to connect to network resources and discuss the connection process and password caching. We showed you how to do attaches, maps, map routes, and captures. We showed you the functionality of Windows 95 point and print automated setup of Windows 95 printer drivers for Netware print queues. When sharing local resources with the Windows 95 NCP peer server, we showed you how access rights behave when sharing a directory and how a Windows 95 share name is equivalent to a volume name for an MS-DOS, NetX, or VLM client. We showed you how to share local printers and how the share name for the printer is equivalent to a print queue name for an MS-DOS, NetX, or VLM client. And we showed you how to set up the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware and how it provides functionality equivalent to rprinter. In the next and most important section, we will discuss how to roll out Windows 95 in your organization. We will begin with a quick review of the deployment process as outlined in the Windows 95 Resource Kit, and then talk about specific issues for deployment on Netware networks. What do you need to do as a network administrator to have a successful and pain-free rollout? Then we will discuss the various options for installing Windows 95 on the workstation and how to deploy Windows 95 setup automatically through login script commands. Finally, we will just discuss how to change clients between the NetX and VLM clients and the new Microsoft client for Netware networks. And now, here's Mary with another great Microsoft TechNet tip.
I'd like to close today by showing you one of the tips I learned about Windows 95 by using the TechNet CD. If you're like most people, including me, you have a really hard time keeping track of all the acronyms in this industry and what they mean. Let me show you how the TechNet CD can help you find the answers to your acronym questions. For instance, I want to know more about SNMP. I'm going to type a query using the near operator. SNMP near defined. Here's a chapter in the Windows NT Resource Kit that discusses SNMP. Because so much technology is applicable across many products, you can often find the answers to your questions in another product's documentation. TechNet gives you access to resource kits, white papers, the knowledge base, and other tools and utilities for all of the Microsoft products. Another way of finding definitions of terms is by using the TechNet Glossary of Online Terms and Acronyms, or GATOR. GATOR can be launched from the TechNet toolbar. and was designed to help TechNet users better understand Microsoft technology. The TechNet team is constantly adding information to Gator. In fact, we just recently finished the Windows 95 portion of Gator. Here's a quick look. Thanks for tuning in to the TechNet Tips portion of the Traincast broadcast. Here's a final tip. Chances are you support users who are anticipating the move from their familiar Windows 3.1 or Windows for Workgroups user interface to the new Windows 95 user interface. Closer to the release of Windows 95, TechNet plans to incorporate migration information and training materials to help train your users on the new operating system. Watch for the Windows 95 feature issue of TechNet. Thanks for watching.
Mary, that acronym tip was so apropos. I've been counting the number of acronyms in some of Joe's sentences, and I do believe his record is 6, although that is just MPO, my personal observation. Now, once again, we have Bob Taniguchi here, and we have left Joe at his station because he's going to answer a question for us. And Joe, I was wondering, from the network neighborhood and entire network windows, how can I tell if a server is a Netware server of a Windows 95 NCP server or a Windows 95 NCP server? How can I tell?
Okay, I'd like to demonstrate how we can tell the difference between a Windows 95 NCP server and a Netware server from my VLM client here. I go to the network neighborhood, and if you recall, the network neighborhood shows us all of the servers to which we're currently attached. In this case, it's fairly obvious because we've named the servers to indicate that one's a Netware 4.1 server and one's a Windows 95 NCP server. If we didn't have such descriptive names, how could we tell? Because the user interface does not distinguish one type of server from another. The way we do this is just like we get properties on the network neighborhood by secondary mouse clicking and going to properties, we can do the same thing with Netware NCP server objects. So what I'm going to do is go to the Netware server, click on the secondary mouse button to bring up its context menu and go to properties. Okay, I get some server information on this Netware server, and it shows very clearly that it's a Novell Netware 4.1 server. I'll do the same to the Windows 95 NCP server, secondary mouse click, context menu, and properties. And we can see very clearly that this is a Microsoft Windows 95 NCP server. So getting the server's properties allow us to tell one type of server from another. Beata?
Thanks very much, Joe. Now, why don't you come back on over here and join us again? The Windows 95 engineers have remained very busy and have sent us some more viewer questions. However, before we get to these questions, let's hear that contest question once again. Ready? Pencils at the ready. Name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. Now, 100 names will be drawn from the correct answers to receive a copy of Microsoft Encarta. And remember that all of the callers will have their name entered into the grand prize drawing for a chance to win a new multimedia computer system provided by the Dell Corporation. All you have to do is call 1-800-254-4069 to answer the question for your big chance to win. Now, guys, if you're ready, we'll take some more viewer questions. We have a call here from Dana in San Jose, and I believe that, Joe, this would be a question for you. She's wondering, is there a way to permanently disable password caching?
Yes, that's could be a concern of a lot of network administrators, just because their users and the network administrators are used to entering a password whenever they're connecting to a Netware server. Now Windows 95 makes it all seamless and automatic, and that might be a security concern for some people. There is a way to disable password caching, and you can do this either through the setup process, through a setup script, or you can do it through a system policy. Under system policies, under the network options, there is an option to disable password caching.
Okay, I'm sure that'll make a lot of system administrators feel more confident.
You bet.
And I believe we do have a live caller now. We should have Brian from Dayton, Ohio. Brian, are you there?
I sure am.
Well, thanks for being with us today. Would you like to ask your question, please?
Sure. We are currently using a Netware Connect modem pool, and we're using the redirection facilities provided by Novell to redirect the COM ports for Windows. Is that support going to be included in Windows 95?
Unfortunately, at this time, we do not provide the equivalent functionality of the NASI.exe or equivalent driver that the Novell supplies. this in14 redirection capability is used by communication applications that access a shared modem pool over the network. And we do not supply this functionality, so if you need this functionality in your network currently, you must keep the existing real mode, NetX, or VLM clients in place.
Okay, well, thanks, Brian, very much for giving us your call today. And NASI is actually a new acronym for me. Can you tell me what that means?
Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with NASI, and I tried to look it up, but I don't have that. Perhaps that would be on the TechNet.
On TechNet, that's a good point. We can look it up on our TechNet CD and broaden our base of knowledge. All right, we have a call for you, Bob, from Craig in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is one of my old stomping grounds. Will the NCP server have limited user connections?
Actually, we do not attach an arbitrary limitation in the number of connections to the server. There is a practical limit, of course, in terms of, you don't want to have hundreds of connections.
They can't be endless possibilities.
Right, exactly. But you'll notice in the user interface that we think practical upper limit is 250 simultaneous connections.
Certainly seems like a reasonable number.
It's pretty high.
Great. And Joe, going back to you, we have a call from David from Spokane, fairly close. Is there a utility that I can use to view the contents of my password list file?
Yes, there is. There's a utility called PWL Edit that's on the Windows 95 CD. You run PWL Edit and it shows you a dialog of all of the existing different types of passwords. Network passwords are merely one type of password. There are email passwords and other application-based passwords that can be cached as well. It'll show you the password type and then the name of the server, in the case of a server connection. And from that user interface, from PWL Edit, you can elect to remove individual entries. Okay. Now, PWL Edit, obviously for security reasons, doesn't show you the actual password that's being cached or the username associated with that resource. So all we can see is the password type, the server name, and then we have the option to remove the individual entries.
Terrific, thanks. Right, another one for you, Bob. Alan from Austin is calling, will a future version of the NCP server be able to provide its own account list and process user logins?
That's a good question. That's something we're thinking about. Right now, as Joe's talked about in our early segment, we're tied strictly to one of the servers, and what we'll do is talk to accounts and see how they like it. My feeling is right now that the centralized security from the server definitely has some advantages, especially for our larger business accounts. Yeah. For smaller shops that would like to have standalone services, this is something we're considering for a future release of Windows.
Okay. In the works.
Yeah, in the works, so to speak.
Now we have another question, and a lot of questions on passwords, obviously, since you just covered it. This is for you, Joe. And this is from Peter in Cambridge. Does Windows 95 cache passwords entered using the Netware attach and login utility?
No, they do not. The only types of passwords that we will attempt to cache are those entered through the Windows 95 user interface. Since with the attach and map commands, we're not using that interface, we're using a real mode interface, the NetX API interface in this case, we do not capture and cache those particular passwords. So if you want to use the attach command, you're going to have to enter in the password just like you normally do.
Okay, and Bob, we're going to toss another one in your direction, and no short answers on this, though. I know sometimes that's a temptation. This is for Jim from Stockton. And will Windows 95 support connectivity to the Windows NT file and print sharing for Netware service?
Definitely, definitely. The key thing is that the Windows NT services on the network look identical to another Netware server. And the key distinction that actually Joe touched on earlier between our file and printer services versus the NT is the presence of the bindery services. Right. And because those are present, we can actually connect up to them as if they were another Netware server, a 312 level, or sorry, 3X level server on the network. To the Windows 95 client, this looks like another Netware server. So definitely, definitely yes.
Okay, good answer for Jim. And I believe we have a couple more for you, Joe. Does Windows 95 support the same syntax as the nwuser.exe utility in the drive mapping dialog? This is from Joan in Santa Fe.
I think what Joan is referring to here is in the nwuser dialog, we have the ability to do a triple backslash and then give the name of the NDS volume object And that's a syntax that's supported by NW user. You can see it in the UI. Currently, we do not support that through the Windows 95 drive mapping or print queue capture dialogs. We do support the UNC, which is / server name / and then volume name. Or we'll also support the server / volume : syntax. So we'll support the I guess you could say the old style Netware syntax and also the UNC, but not the triple / that the NW user
She's
supports.
inquiring about. All right. And one last question from Michael from Billings, also for you, Joe. Michael wants to know, does he have to have the Windows 95 NCP server installed to be able to use the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware?
That's a common question I run into. With the Print Agent for Netware, we're not sharing the printer. We're merely going out to the Netware server and despooling print jobs from the Netware server. So it's really apples and oranges. In one case, with the NCP server, we're actually sharing the local printer, and other NCP clients can print to it directly. And in the case of the Print Agent for Netware, we're going out to an existing Netware server and merely acting as a P-server agent in this case. So the two are separate, and one does not rely on the other. So we don't have to have the NCP server installed, but we do have to have the 32-bit client for Netware networks installed, since the Print Agent for Netware does rely on it for some services.
All right. Now, I have a question, just since security is such a concern for systems administrators, just since you've worked with the product, either of you can answer this. You've been playing with Windows 95 for quite some time now. Well, what do you think is its strongest security feature? I mean, what's the thing that sort of made you sit up and take notice? For a systems administrator, is there one particular thing?
The security issue of using a single security provider, I think, is great. We leverage the existing namespace and the existing security model that's already in place. We don't have to implement a new security model, and people don't have to relearn how that works. And the network administrator maintains their old accounts, their own supervisor access to that Netware server, and we can leverage from that very, very nicely.
You agree with that, Bob?
Yeah, the key thing is, to elaborate on one point Joe made, is they manage it using the same tools they have today, so there's not a reinvestment.
There's that familiarity.
Right. Marketing guy always goes to the money, and so there's no new tools that they have to buy. They use the same tools, be it the tools that come with NT or Netware, or the third-party tools that they've already invested in today.
It's ROI, right? Return on investment.
There you go.
Yet another acronym that we love to talk about. All right, I think that wraps up this question and answer segment. Thanks very much, gentlemen. That is all the time we have for this particular Q&A segment. And remember, we do take your questions throughout the broadcast, and our engineers are standing by. Just call 206-635-7066. Now it's time to move on to the fourth and final segment. It's time for Joe to roll up his sleeves as he takes us through an actual rollout. Now this is your chance to see exactly what you need to do to prepare your Netware networks for migration to Windows 95. Take it away, Joe.
In the first three segments of this broadcast, we've been talking about the feature set, usability, and some of the technical details of Windows 95's support for Netware networks. In this final segment, we get down to the business at hand. As a network administrator, you will be responsible for the swift and successful deployment of Windows 95 for your company or clients. The purpose of this final segment, rolling out Windows 95, is to show you exactly what you need to do to prepare your Netware networks for a company-wide upgrade to Windows 95. We will talk about this as a step-by-step process. By the end, you should have a checklist of tasks that you need to perform to pave the way for the next revolution in personal computing. But first, a review of the deployment process as discussed in the Setup, Installation, and User Interface Traincast session. The deployment process is also outlined in the Windows 95 Resource Kit. Reviewing Windows 95. The first step toward a successful migration to Windows 95 is for you, the IS manager or support staff in your organization, to learn the technical side of Windows 95. There are a number of resources available, such as the Windows 95 Reviewer's Guide, the Windows 95 Resource Kit, and the Microsoft TechNet CD. Assembling your planning team and tools. Once you've become technically familiar with the Windows 95 operating system, the second step is planning your migration, is to assemble the resources and information needed to plan the implementation. Resources needed for this phase include Windows 95, the proper staff, test computers, and an inventory of your current hardware and software. Specifying the preferred client configuration. The next step toward migrating to Windows 95 would be to determine the primary client configuration. This step is especially important with respect to Netware, as there are now 3 different clients to choose from: the Microsoft client for Netware networks, the NetX client, and the VLM client. And there is the possibility of an additional 32-bit client provided by Novell. Conducting your lab test. Now that you have evaluated your hardware and software and determined the client installations, you will now want to begin the evaluation and testing process. This is the key to a successful and easy migration to Windows 95. It is this testing that will show you problems both you and your users may encounter. Planning your pilot rollout. Now that you have tested your existing hardware and software with Windows 95, the next step will involve preparation for and planning of the actual rollout of Windows 95 to your organization. This involves setting up Windows 95 in a server-based setup, creating setup batch scripts to customize the setup process to your specifications, and modifying your servers to do an automated or push install. Conducting the pilot rollout. The pilot rollout is where you test the rollout of Windows 95 to a small group to help you identify problems or issues where you may have when rolling out to your entire organization. Finalizing the rollout plan. Based on the results of the pilot rollout, modify your rollout plan based on feedback from users in the pilot rollout to solve any problems encountered. The last step, roll out Windows 95. The final step is rolling out Windows 95 in your organization. We are going to concentrate on the Netware-specific issues that you need to consider through this deployment process. With the Windows 95 deployment process in mind, here are some steps for Netware networks. You must install Windows 95 on a single PC in order to test the changes being made to your Netware network and for the server-based setup of Windows 95. You'll probably already have Windows 95 installed on a PC during the initial phases of your deployment process. There are some changes that you will need to make to your Netware servers to support the enhanced features of Windows 95. If the Windows 95 client for Netware networks using the Windows 95 login script processor is being used, the system and user login scripts cannot be loading any TSRs or device drivers using the # or exit login script commands. Since these will be loaded in an MS-DOS virtual machine during the processing of the login script, they will be local to the virtual machine and be discarded when the MS-DOS virtual machine is closed. Search the system login script with syscon or edit the net$log.dat in the sys public directory. For the user login scripts, you could use the find utility in the Windows 95 shell to scan all the login files from the sys volume in the mail directory for instances of the # login command or the exit command. If you use the Microsoft client for Netware networks and log into a Netware 4 server, your Netware 4 organizational unit, profile, and user login scripts will not be processed. The current login script processor for the client for Netware networks does not recognize the login script properties of NDS objects. If you want to use the Microsoft client for Netware networks and NDS login scripts is the only functionality you would be missing, here is a procedure to get Netware 3.x system and user login script functionality. As a workaround, you can create the following files to emulate a Netware 3.x server with respect to login scripts. When the login script processor runs, it looks for a file called net$log.dat in the sys volume in the public directory for the system login script. Create a login script file with this name and place it in the sys volume public directory. When the system login script is complete, the login script processor looks for a file called login in the mail user ID directory off of the sys volume. Create a user login script file with this name and place it here. If you don't want to process user login scripts, place the login script command exit at the end of the system login script. With this workaround, you can have all the benefits of the Microsoft client for Netware networks and still be able to log into a Netware 4.0 server and process system or user login scripts. As we discussed in segment 2, user profiles give us the ability to have our customized desktop follow us around the network as we log into different machines. This is facilitated by having our user profile files stored in a central user-specific location. This location on Netware networks is the user ID directory off of the mail directory on the sys volume. Some network administrators prefer to keep the sys volume small and have all their data stored on another volume. The sys volume typically only needs to store Netware public utilities, user login scripts, and custom print job configurations. If this is your situation, you will need to verify that there is enough room on the sys volume to store this additional information. Also, as we discussed in segment 2, system policies allow the network administrator to restrict or allow users access to parts of Windows 95 for security or safety reasons. System policies are registry settings that are merged into the local users registry upon login and can be specified as default settings by username, group name, or by computer name. If you wish to take advantage of system policies, use the Windows 95 Policy Editor, a utility called pauledit.exe, to create a set of system policies in a policy file called config.pol. Once config.pol is created with all the settings for your network, copy config.pol to the public directory on your Netware login servers. Windows 95 clients logging onto that server will now automatically check for the existence of config.pol and download the appropriate default or user-specific settings. The Microsoft Client for Netware Networks supports the use of long file names on Netware server volumes that have been enabled with the OS2 namespace. Long file names make file names easier to use and are used when user profiles are enabled. I'd like to demonstrate how to enable the OS2 namespace on my Netware 3.12 server. To enable the OS2 namespace on the sys volume, I must first load the OS2 namespace module. Since it is an NLM, I would use the load command. Once the OS2 namespace module is loaded, I must add the namespace OS2 to the sys volume. Okay, it gives me some information about how much additional disk space, and it adds the namespace. In the next step, I need to add a line to my startup NCF. So I'm going to load my install module, go to System Options, I'm going to edit the startup NCF file. I'm going to add a line that says load OS2. This ensures that the OS2 namespace module is loaded prior to the Netware server's attempt to mount all of the volumes. In the last step in this process, I need to make sure that the file os2.nam is in the same location as server.exe in the MS-DOS partition. To remove the OS2 namespace for a Netware server volume, use the vrepair NLM utility. If the Netware server is version 3.11, long file name support is disabled by default. This is the default behavior due to problems with the Netware 3.11 namespace module os2.nam. To enable this functionality on a 3.11 Netware server, you must first run Novell's os2 nsfix utility on the Netware 3.11 server. This file will be available on CompuServe. Then you must add the INI setting support LFN equals 1 to the NW reader section of System INI. If you're going to enable some Windows 95 computers with the NCP server service, you will need to prepare those servers that will be acting as security providers for the NCP servers. Since only one security provider can be specified, if we want to grant access to anybody in the organization, everybody must have an account on the security provider. In a single server environment, this is already the case. For a multiple server environment, designate one server to hold the master list of accounts and add the entire organization's list of accounts to that server. Have the users synchronize their passwords between their login server and the master list server. Remember that we need to create the account Win95 pass-through, which is used during the pass-through authentication process. I'd like to demo that for you here on the laptop machine. I've gone out to an MS-DOS prompt and I've run the syscon utility. And I'm going to go ahead and create the Win pass-through account and show you the attributes of it. From syscon, we go down to user information, and we're going to add an account, and the account is called Win95 PASSTHRU. Go ahead and create the home directory. Now, by default, the Win95 pass-through account has been added to the Everyone group, but what we're going to do with syscon is remove its group membership. We're also going to verify that there is no password. So the Win95 pass-through account has no password, but then it has no group membership, so therefore it has no rights to any servers, any directories on the server. With respect to Windows 95 network printing, if you want to enable your Netware server print queues for point-and-print support, use the computer already configured with Windows 95, log on as a supervisor or supervisor equivalent, and use the point-and-print setup menu option from the context menu of the Netware print queue icon. If you wish to use the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware, reconfigure your print server and print queue objects in a configuration supported by the Print Agent for Netware. Now let's talk about what needs to be changed on the client to support Windows 95. What we want to do is verify that a 32-bit netcard driver is available for that machine. And also, since we want to upgrade to the client for Netware networks and inherit all of its benefits and features, remove any unneeded real-mode Netware TSR so that Windows 95 setup can upgrade the entire Netware stack to the protected mode client for Netware networks. With respect to server-based setup, Windows 95 supports a new way of doing a server-based setup. From the server-based setup, we can do local installs or a server-based setup for hard disk or floppy boot or Ripple boot workstations. Note that Windows 95 no longer uses a setup/A, setup/N options on the setup command to perform an administrative install or a network install. Also note that we can't set up Windows 95 to the existing Windows 3.1 administrative install done with the setup/A. We actually have a different component, a separate executable called netsetup.exe, which performs this function for us. I'd like to demonstrate running netsetup.exe on the laptop. I've created a shortcut for it on my desktop to get to it easily. We run netsetup.exe, and from here we can set a path where we want the Windows server-based setup to be. We use a UNC designation, and I've already set it up to Windows 95 server-based setup. From here, we can click on the option to make script. And we select the default script of msbatch.inf. This INF, or setup script, allows us to configure default options for setup for all of our users. Different types of setup options, the install locations, name and organization, etc. We customize these options for your users, and it acts as a default script for when the setup process runs. We can also create customized or user-based setup scripts. This creates a file called netsetup.inf and places it in the user's home directory. Let me demonstrate that for you now. For the home directory setup, I click on Add. The computer name is our old pal John Doe, and the path to the home directory is going to be the UNC-based path to his home directory. I click on the Edit Script option, and it brings up the setup script editor, and now I can customize options just for John Doe. Now when I run the setup program later on, as we'll see, sometimes we want to run it with the default setup script, and sometimes we want to run it with the user-based setup script. Let's talk about the default setup behavior with respect to upgrading over an existing client. If you do not specify a client during the creation of a default or custom setup script, Windows 95 setup will attempt to upgrade as much as possible to the protected mode components. Windows 95 setup makes this determination based on the real mode client installed, how it is being used, and what additional Novell or third-party TSRs and utilities are being used in conjunction with the real mode client. Windows 95 uses the settings in a file called netdet.ini to determine what it will do in a given circumstance. Here's some examples. In the case of running the NetX client only or in conjunction with the btrieve utility, setup will attempt to upgrade the entire stack to all protected mode components. In the case of the components the LAN workplace for DOS and the DOS-np.exe name pipe support, Windows 95 will upgrade the client but will leave the existing IPX real mode protocol and existing ODI mlid in place. In the case of Netware Directory Services or Netware IP support, Windows 95 will leave the entire existing client in place. With respect to setup options, Windows 95 supports local installations for your hard disk-based workstations and server-based installations for hard disk, floppy boot, or remote booting workstations. In order to run a server-based setup, a workstation must be able to get to the server-based installation of Windows 95 before Windows 95 can be launched. This must happen in real mode. To facilitate this, Windows 95 provides a real mode version of an IPX redirector and IPX protocol. When the server-based workstation boots, it loads the real mode NCP client and prompts the user to log into the Netware server. Once verified by the server and the login script is run, Windows 95 is launched. Upon launching Windows 95, the network software is transitioned from a real mode stack to a protected mode stack. Connection information is transferred to the protected mode counterparts, and the real mode stack is shut down and its memory reclaimed. To support Ripple or remote booting workstations, there's an extra component called rippleimage.exe, which will actually create the boot image file for you, giving you the equivalent functionality of the existing DOS gen command. You run rippleimage, it creates the DOS image, DOS boot file for you, and then you update the boot conf.sys. To show an example of how we specify how the user is set up, I'll go back to Net Setup and show you where you select these options. To specify where a given client boots from and where Windows 95 is located, here's an example in the setup script processor. Under Install Location, I have an option for server-based setup. From this option, I can select where Windows 95 is stored and which boot device is being used. So this is an example of a remote booting workstation. Now let's talk about deployment strategies. Once we have performed the server-based setup and created default or custom setup scripts, we are ready to perform the workstation installations and roll out Windows 95 to our users. This can be performed a number of different ways. You can send out a memo or email telling users to run Windows 95 setup, leaving it to the user to perform the installation. Or if your email system is an OLE-enabled Windows application, you can send out an email message containing a link or command line to run Windows 95 setup, once again leaving it to the user to perform the installation. Or you as the network administrator can go to each workstation and run setup. If you manage a large network, this may not be the optimal method. If you have network management software that supports automatic installation of new software, you could use it to run Windows 95 setup for each workstation in an automated way. One of the ways you can roll out Windows 95 using setup scripts you created is through an automated mandatory installation scheme called the push installation. To make the Windows 95 installation mandatory and automatic, we're going to tie it in with something that the user must do every day: log into their Netware server and process their system login script. And here's how we must do it. Windows 95 setup.exe requires 416K of free conventional memory to run. If we just ran setup.exe as an external command using the # login command, we may not have enough memory to run setup.exe. With the Netware 3.x login script processor, there is too much overhead due to the login.exe login script processor, and running Windows 95 setup is not possible. With the Netware 4.x login script processor, running Windows setup directly with the # command is possible. What we want to do in the login script is check to see whether Windows 95 has already been installed. Check for the existence of a custom setup script, netsetup.inf, and use that. If not, use the msbatch.inf in the Windows 95 server-based setup directory. Unfortunately, we cannot check for the existence of files using Novell login script commands. We can do this with MS-DOS batch files, so here's what I propose. We're going to run the push installation as a MS-DOS batch file called in the system or user login script via the exit command. When we run a program or batch file using the exit login script command, it does not have the overhead of the login.exe login script processor. In our batch file, when we run setup.exe, we're going to run it with a command line parameter indicating which setup script to process to run a hands-free automated install. In some cases, we want to run setup using the default msbatch.inf, and in other cases, we want to run the setup using the custom netsetup.inf created for that individual user. In this example, we are assuming a server-based setup of Windows 95 and network-based installs of Windows 95 where the U drive is the user's home directory. We can see this sample system login script. The second line is mapping the Y drive, the S2 search drive, to the Windows 95 server-based setup. And then we go into a little if statement to say if member of sales, then exit and run the push install batch file. Of course, we can have a lot of flexibility here as far as testing for group membership and with the general with the if statement to roll out Windows 95 to individual users. Now we see the push install.batch file that's going to be stored on the sys public directory. Contents of the push install batch file are, the first thing we do is we go out to the U drive, which is their users directory, and we test for the existence of a file called system.dat. System.dat is the main registry file for Windows 95, and that is the method we're using to test whether Windows 95 has already been installed. If system.dat exists, then go to the end. In other words, don't run setup. Then we test for the existence of the netsetup.inf file in the user's home directory. This will indicate whether the user has a custom setup script. And if so, go ahead and run setup off of the Y drive using that netsetup.inf. If the user does not have a netsetup.inf, then run setup with the default msbatch.inf. To show you an example of how this push install would work, I've reconfigured my NetX machine to boot with MS-DOS 6.2 and run the NetX components. The NetX components loads and I attempt to log into my Netware server. And since I've enabled the Netware server via the login script in the push install batch file, when I log in, it runs the push install batch file and Windows 95 setup is ready to run. Note that this is not the way you must perform your push installation, but just one example of using batch files and the system login script to perform an automated rollout of Windows 95. This should give you some ideas on how you might do your rollout. Let's talk about changing clients. In some cases, on some workstations, you may have to change clients to test functionality or perform troubleshooting. I'd like to show you examples of changing clients from both the the Novell-based clients to the Microsoft-based clients. On this machine, we have the NetX-based client, and I'm going to change from the NetX-based client to the Microsoft-based client for Netware networks. If you recall, we must not have two separate or two individual network clients running simultaneously. So first of all, let's remove the NetX client. Go to the network neighborhood, get its properties, and we're going to remove the NetX client, and we're going to add the Microsoft client for Netware networks. Okay, so now we have the client for Netware networks, the netcard driver, and the IPX-SPX compatible protocol. Select OK, it's going to copy some files in and make some configuration changes. Okay, it's asking us to restart our computer, but let's bypass this and see how it handled the lines in the AutoExec.bat that loaded the NetX client components. We're going to load the AutoExec.bat, and if you'll notice, what Windows Setup has done is gone and selectively remmed out all of the components corresponding to the NetX client. Now the Windows 95 machine will boot without loading the NetX components so that it can load the client for networks components. Let's do the same thing on the VLM client. Let's change it from using the VLM client to the Microsoft client for Netware networks. We follow the exact same procedure. Go to the network neighborhood, get its properties. We want to remove the VLM client, the Workstation Shell 4.0 and above, and add the Microsoft client for Netware networks. Okay. Okay, just like the other client, it's going to force us to restart the computer, but let's bypass this and take a look at the AutoExec.bat file again. We noticed that it did not rem out the StartNet batch file, but the StartNet batch file is where all my ODI components are being loaded. So let's go ahead and load the StartNet bat file and see what happened. Just as in the case of the NetX client, the Windows 95 setup has gone into the startnet.bat and remmed out all of the ODI components. So now when the Windows 95 machine boots, it loads without the ODI components and can load the protected mode client for Netware networks. So we've seen a procedure for migrating from the Novell 16-bit NetX and VLM clients to the Microsoft client for Netware networks. Let's see how we go backwards from the client for Netware networks back to the NetX and VLM client. I go to my recently reconfigured NetX machine, and again, it's a very similar procedure. I go to the network neighborhood, select Properties, and I'm going to remove the client for Netware networks. I'm going to remove the 32-bit IPX-SPX compatible protocol. And now the netcard driver, I'm going to modify its properties and tell it to use the real mode 16-bit ODI driver. And now I'm going to add a client, and in this case, it's the Novell Netware Workstation Shell 3.x NetX based client. Click OK. Now, if you recall, there are several versions of this file called netware.drv floating around. There's a small stub for the client for Netware networks, and there's versions for the NetX and VLM client. What Windows 95 is doing here is saying, give me the netware.drv file that corresponds to the NetX client. And as luck would have it, I have that out on the A drive. Okay, it prompts us to restart the computer, but let's take a look at the auto exec bat and see if it did what it's supposed to do. Okay, if you recall from the previous auto exec bat for this workstation, all these ODI and NetX lines were remmed out. Windows 95 has gone into them and unremarked them now, so now they're back the way they started. Now let's see how this works for migrating the Microsoft client for Netware networks back to the VLM client. Well, it's a procedure that's very similar to the NetX client. Once again, we go to the properties of the network neighborhood. We're going to remove the client for Netware networks, remove the IPX-SPX protocol, change the configuration of the netcard driver to use the 16-bit ODI driver, and then we're going to add a client, in this case the Novell client corresponding to VLM. When we click OK, files are copied and changes are made to the AutoExecBat and StartNet.bat to get us back to the VLM configuration. So in conclusion, I would like to summarize briefly the 4 segments of this Traincast session on Netware. In the first segment, we examined the components and benefits of the new 32-bit Microsoft client for Netware networks. We also discussed how Windows 95 supports the existing Novell Real Mode client, NetX and VLM, and we showed you how to perform some basic Netware network functions using the Windows 95 interface. In segment 2, we examined the configuration of the workstation, including user logon issues, user profiles, system policies, and the pass-through security model of the Windows 95 NCP server. Segment 3 covered how to use Windows 95 to connect to network resources, the connection process, access rights behavior, and password caching. We also showed you how to do attaches, maps, map routes, and captures. We showed the point and print automated setup for printer drivers for Netware print queues, sharing of local printers for MS-DOS, NetX, or VLM clients, and the setup of the Microsoft Print Agent for Netware. And finally, in this last segment, we covered rolling out Windows 95 and discussed the steps you need to go through to prepare your Netware network for Windows 95 and some ideas for creating a push or automated installation of Windows 95. We hope that you have enjoyed this Traincast session on networking with Netware and hope that you have a successful deployment experience with Windows 95.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to get such practical information to ensure that rollout happens quickly and efficiently. Now we'll get to our final question and answer period. And once again, we have Bob Taniguchi, Product Manager for Windows 95, joining us here today. And of course, our presenter and resident Netware expert, Joe Davies, who we've left at his station because he's going to answer a question for us and demo the answer. This question, Joe, is from George from Roanoke. How much space does a user profile take up per user so that he can budget space on the sys volume?
Okay, that's a great question and one that I'm sure is on a lot of network administrators' minds. user profiles are a great feature, but what is the impact to my servers? And do I have enough space currently on the sys volume? Am I going to have to move things around? Okay, so let's take a look. On my laptop here, I've configured for user profiles. And what I'll do is I'll walk you through taking a look at what files are actually stored, which correspond to a user profile. But before that, let's take a look at the options that we have for user profiles under Control Panel Passwords. So we open up Control Panel and Passwords. If you recall, we used the User Profiles tab to turn on user profiles and then also flip some additional options. Now, the amount of space that a user profile is going to take up on the sys volume is going to depend on which options we have checked down here under User Profile Settings. Do we want to include desktop icons and network neighborhood contents? Do we want to include the Start menu and program groups? Those will have an impact as far as what links we want to store up on that private directory up on the Netware server. Okay, so we have both of these checked. Let's see the impact on the sys volume. Okay, I'm going to go to My Computer. And you see I've got some network drive mappings. I can tell that they're Netware drive mappings or just generally network drive mappings because they have the drive with the little network connection. It looks like a BNC T connector. I'm going to open up one of these drives, the S drive, which corresponds to the root of the sys volume. Now, if you remember, the user profiles are stored in the mail directory and then the user ID directory corresponding to that user. Now, I just happen to know that the user ID for John Doe, which is the account that I'm using here, is this one right here. The way I would figure that out normally is I'd run syscon, go to user information, select John Doe, and then go to other information, and then that would show me the user ID for that particular user. I'm going to open up this private directory. And we can see that we have our normal user login scripts here for the OS/2 and MS-DOS-based client. And then we have this file called user.dat. User.dat is the Windows 95 registry file which corresponds to all of the user-specific settings. And you can see the size here, it's about 77K, all right, which is it's about average. And we also have a directory structure here corresponding to different links or shortcuts that I have on the desktop, in the network neighborhood, recent documents opened, and my Start menu, and from my Start menu, all of my programs and program icons. Now, these aren't the actual programs themselves, but merely 1K links to those individual files. So we can see that we're storing the contents of the Start and its directory structure via programs. Contents of the network neighborhood and any custom desktop links, we're storing those actually on the sys volume. Now, if we have both of those options checked, we're doing all the desktop stuff, all the network neighborhood stuff, as well as all the Start menu and programs. And that's going to be the maximum amount that we're going to store there. And as a ballpark figure, if I select both options on a typically configured Netware workstation with Windows 95, I'd be consuming approximately 100K per user. So use that as a kind of a ballpark to figure out how much space do I need to free up, or do I have enough space on the sys volume to roll out user profiles for my users. Beata?
Thanks, Joe. That's a great in-depth answer for George's question. I'm sure he appreciates it. And if you would join us, please. And Bob, we'll throw a question to you now. We have a question from Elliott from San Diego. Elliott, makes me suspicious, but we know he's in a much more exotic place than San Diego, and we will not disclose his location so that he's not mobbed by his fans. But we will take this question. And Bob, Elliott would like to know, if you have a network with diskless workstations and users move around to different workstations, how does the registry know that you're using a 386 or Pentium workstation the user is currently using? And he has a follow-up, where are the registry files located?
Okay, so Elliott would give us the tough question.
It's a complicated matter.
Well, to address this, a diskless workstation, first of all, the support is built into Windows 95. And what happens is during the boot process, the registry components actually live up on the server. Okay, by the nature of remote boot, it means you aren't using the local hard disk. Windows 95 is designed for this so that the two pieces of the registry, the system.dat and the user.dat, both are stored separately up on the server. Now what happens during the boot process is the diskless workstation first satisfies the hardware piece, the system.dat components are loaded up, and then the user component is downloaded and overlaid on top of it. So it's actually separate. These two things have, they overlap in the user login, but the boot process is actually a separate process such that the hardware piece and the user piece can independently be moved around the network.
Okay, well, we certainly hope that answers Elliott's question.
Yeah, thanks, Elliott.
And Joe, we'll give another one to you. This is Keith from Minneapolis, and he would like to know, what do I do with remote booting clients that must use the NetX or VLM clients?
Yes. If you have a remote booting workstation and it has to use the NetX or VLM client because of the reasons that we've outlined, how do I get it to remote boot Windows 95? Well, the only real difference here is that instead of using MS-DOS as a booting operating system, you're going to use Windows 95 as a booting operating system. Okay. So you're going to want to create a Windows 95 bootable disk, and you can do that from the Windows 95 UI. You create the Windows 95 bootable disk. It can boot from the A drive.
And that's a straightforward matter?
Very straightforward matter. And then you follow all the same steps as you would for an MS-DOS client. You copy all of the remote booting components out to the disk. You use the DOSGen utility to create the boot image up on the server. And so there's just that additional step to support Windows 95.
All right. And now another one for you, Bob, if you would. This is Grace from Tulsa, and she asks, if I am rolling out Windows 95, how do I keep my current Windows 3.1 users separate from my Windows 95 users with respect to search drives in the system login script?
Well, actually, in the system login scripts, there's a couple of different reasons why you would want to separate the Windows 95 users from the 3.1 users. For example, folks that load TSRs would want to make this conditional. So something we would recommend to do is to actually make your login scripts branch. Do a test on group membership, set up a group for your Windows 95 users and then a list for your Windows 3.1 users. In that fashion, anything that is appropriate only for either operating system, for Windows 3.1 or for Windows 95, can live in that part of the system login script, and the other one will avoid it.
So they'll all be able to work and play happily together.
There you go.
Sounds good. All right, Joe, one more for you. And no short answers. Once again, this is Claire from Yonkers. Okay. Are real mode NetX or VLM clients transitioned?
No, they are not. The transitioning behavior of Windows 95 depends on loading the Microsoft-written NDIS compatible netcard, IPX protocol, and real mode NCP redirector. If those are used, then during the booting process of Windows 95, we can replace those and get the memory back as we transition the protect mode environment. We cannot currently do that with the NetX and VLM clients. That's Novell code, and we can do it with ours because we obviously have the development time, but currently the NetX and VLM, if you boot with them, they remain with you, and they're going to be remote clients throughout your networking.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Right, Bob, we'll toss another one in your direction. This is Sam from Los Angeles, and he's asking, has Microsoft done any testing with the Novell Netware protected mode client for Windows 95?
Okay, that's a great question. We actually haven't. Novell is working with and was actually one of, if not the first industry partner to get the code and the subsequent beta releases. I know from personal experience, we were all down at BrainShare and saw their demonstration of their product. Looked like it was running pretty well, but honestly, I don't have their code, but would love to see it running as soon as possible.
Okay, fair enough. And another one for you, Joe, if you would. This is Larry from Des Moines. For transitioning clients, are we storing the whole registry on boot floppy or floppy image?
Okay, another good registry question. If we tried to store the entire registry on a floppy, it would take too much space. We couldn't store it all. So because there's a lot of information there. If you've taken a look at the size of system.dat and user.dat. What we do in the case of the booting workstation, the floppy boot and the Ripple, is we actually store what is called a mini registry. In other words, we store enough of the registry keys on the boot floppy or the boot image so that the real mode networking components, the Microsoft written real mode components, can use that mini registry to launch and get a pointer to where the real registry is located up on the Netware server. So yeah, we don't store the entire registry, just enough to get the real mode network up
Guide them
and
over.
transitioned over to where the real registry is located.
Gotcha. Okay. And Bob, we'll give you an easy one this time. How's that? Tom from Atlanta is asking, obviously, you support NT servers. Do you support dial-in access to Netware servers as well in Windows 95?
That's actually a good question, and actually something that's, I believe, the topic of the next show.
Yes.
So, yeah, we have a new dial-up networking client built into Windows 95, and it's a standard part of the operating system. And it supports, of course, hooking up to Windows NT RAS dial-in server. But the new thing is it's very modular in its design. And what we've done is we've been able to implement two things, actually connections to Netware Connect. Okay, and finally, also we have some degree out-of-the-box interoperability with Shiva, who also has a dial-in remote network access capabilities. So I guess the next show is slated for June 13th. You should tune in then.
For the remote access.
Exactly.
And, yeah, exactly. So it was a very good question to lead us into our next show coming up. And we do have one final question for you, I believe, or do we? We don't, Joe. We don't have one last question for you. But you know, my experience in the field, as it were, as a presentation specialist, is in trade shows, and I get a lot of the buzz from that. And the buzz and the excitement is definitely out there on Windows 95, no doubt about it. At theater presentations, people are filling the theaters, and they're standing 4 and 5 deep, so they're all excited. Would you each name one thing about Windows 95 that you believe will make little end users like me and system administrators just sit up and say, yes, this is great? Is there one feature that has just really jumped out at you? Maybe, Bob, you want to start?
Sure. I mean, beyond the built-in NetWare capabilities, it's the ability to run support simultaneously for any number of server operating systems. So, for example, support from Banyan and DEC and even NFS clients are all coming. So literally, we are the client that can be well connected on your network to any server resource you need to connect up to. I'm very excited about that because that's darn near impossible to achieve today, let alone just have NT and NetWare at the same time.
And Joe, this time we do need a short answer.
Okay. I think the most exciting feature for me as a Netware administrator wannabe is the system policies feature. To let me control the desktop, allow certain users more access and allow certain users less access.
And just the efficiency that it provides is remarkable.
Absolutely. Well, Windows customers have been asking for that feature for some time now, and now we're delivering. So I'm glad to see it's in the product.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That is all the time that we have today. Our Traincast question and answer line is now closing. I do want to thank you both for joining us today. Joe, thank you very much for your excellent demonstrations and your hard work. Bob, thank you for consenting to be with us today and answering our questions. And may we never be trapped in the airports of Nevada again. Now, I want to give everyone one more chance to enter the contest. And here's the question one last time. Name one of the benefits of the 32-bit Netware redirector in Windows 95. That's it. And here's the number to call, 1-800-254-4069. We hope you enjoyed today's show, and more importantly, we hope that you learned some valuable information about Windows 95 and Netware networks. Now, many of you have the tremendous responsibility of maintaining and updating your business computing system. Whether you'll be installing Windows 95 in a large corporation or supporting it in a small company, or if you simply wish to install it on your home computer, we want you to have all the facts to help you make the decision to migrate and ensure that it's a smooth transition. Early knowledge of this product enables you to be prepared for the unprecedented technology change that the new Windows 95 operating system will bring. I want to thank you for your questions and for your input. We love hearing your feedback, especially about the Windows 95 Traincast series, so please send your comments to mstv@microsoft.com. And if you received the FaxBack program questionnaire, please be sure and complete the form and fax it back to us today. Our next program in the Windows 95 Traincast series will continue our in-depth look at all aspects of Windows 95. Now, in today's mobile society, traditional desktop computing is no longer adequate. So tune in to see how Windows 95 is making remote administration easy. Thanks again for joining us. We're happy to be your source for up-to-the-minute information about Windows 95. And good day from Microsoft Studios in Redmond, Washington.
If you'd like to subscribe to Microsoft's Win News electronic newsletter, send Internet email to enews@microsoft.nwnet.com with the words "Subscribe WinNews" as the only text in the body of your message. WinNews file sections can also be found on most major online services. To receive the Microsoft project template for deployment of Windows 95, send your name, company name, address, phone, and fax numbers via the Internet to deploy95@microsoft.com. The Microsoft project template is also available on CompuServe, Go, MSTV Forum, Windows 95 Library. The title is win95p.zip. To receive a beta version of the Windows 95 Resource Kit, or for more information about this kit, call 1-800-315-0676. Inside Windows 95 by Adrian King is available for $24.95 at most major bookstores, or by calling 1-800-MS-PRESS. To get a program guide for Microsoft TV with information on business-to-business television programs from Microsoft, email us at mstv@microsoft.com or call 1-800-597-3200. The transcript, content outline, and PowerPoint slides of this broadcast will be available on CompuServe and the World Wide Web at these addresses. For information or to subscribe to Microsoft's TechNet program, call toll-free 1-800-344-2121 or visit your local software reseller. For international availability and pricing, check with your local Microsoft subsidiary. You can also view a subset of TechNet on the World Wide Web at this address. Watch for TechNet on the Microsoft Network, coming soon to a PC near you. To order a videotape of today's program or any others in the Windows 95 Traincast series, call 1-800-597-3200. We're always anxious to hear your comments on the Windows 95 Traincast series, as well as other programs offered by Microsoft TV. Please contact us via the Internet at mstv@microsoft.com or call us toll-free at 1-800-597-3200. To receive ongoing information, resources, and tips on training and support strategies for Windows 95, contact this address via email. For information regarding the Managing Windows 95 Learning Kit, or to contact Elliott directly, call 1-800-95-MASIE or send email to this address. Research notes from the Gartner Group are available to Gartner Group clients. To learn more about becoming a Gartner Group client, call 203-964-0096. Thanks for being with us. Join us again on Microsoft's Windows 95 Traincast, when we'll go in-depth on remote administration with Windows 95.